Greetings, and welcome to the official live stream of BlerDCon 2025, brought to you by BlerdStation. My name is Demetrius Holt, and I am the community partner here at BlerdStation. What you're witnessing today is not just another live stream, but an expertly produced event by a dedicated press team capturing the very essence of the BlerDCon experience. Throughout this broadcast, you'll be introduced to an impressive lineup of producers, podcasters, directors, business owners, content creators, and so much more. You'll also get an inside look at exciting projects by our esteemed sponsors alongside original content produced in-house at BlerdStation. As we continue to grow and expand our reach, we would like to offer the opportunity for all conventions and events to enlist our level of professionalism and quality to their live stream production. Whether you're looking to elevate your event or enhance your audience engagement, BlerdStation is here to help see your vision come to reality. Let us help you make your next event unforgettable. If you or someone you know is interested in partnering with BlerdStation, whether it's hosting a live stream or investing in our growing platform or sponsoring future broadcasts, please don't hesitate to get in touch with us. You can go to BlerdStation.com and hit contact and hit us up directly. And please don't forget to like, comment, share, and subscribe so you can keep up with all the information and content that we're bringing you. Help us spread the word. Thank you again for your continued support, and stay tuned for more incredible moments ahead.
My name is Jafar Young. I am a content creator, writer, budding voice actor, skit maker, and if you're currently at BlerDCon, one of the many men behind the camera. But I am also, more importantly, a member of the BlerdStation press corps. We wanted to take a brief pause from this broadcast and take time to express our sincere thanks and gratitude to each and every one of our sponsors who put in on this production, all of whom you'll be seeing different products from throughout the course of this weekend. We also wanted to send a special thank you to each and every person who donated to us during the crowdfunding portion of our endeavor. Every donated dollar was greatly appreciated and put towards this production. We're happy to be back once again contributing to the culture of the con itself, and happy to say that that is brought to you in part by contributions from viewers like you. So again, we wanted to express gratitude to everyone who donated, to everyone who decided to sponsor us, and a special thank you goes out to all of you watching at home. We appreciate you all so much for watching, and please stay tuned. We have a lot more coming from this live stream very soon.
Oh, it is? Oh. Yes.
Hello?
Good morning. All right, everybody. Welcome to our opening panel, I guess, as everybody's stirring from last night. Were y'all here yesterday? How'd you enjoy it? Good? The rhythm's going well? All right, I'm Greg Carr. I'm not supposed to introduce myself, but I guess Dr. Sunyata Aman, who is the voice you're about to hear, the head CEO or TEO of Calabash. Y'all know Calabash Tea and Tonic? No question. I think these people know you. Yes, there's probably some Nubians out here now that I think about it. Okay, there they go. Okay, no question. Our sister, in addition to being a naturopathic healer and professionally trained and licensed, she is also, among other things, a master herbalist with so many years of experience healing us, as she will explain to you. She's been engaged in a number of endeavors over the years, appeared in a broad range of public media, and among other things, appears regularly on the Nubian Narrative platform with Maroon's Medicine Chest, as you know, and is a regular guest on the Sirius XM network, channel 126, and that's just the latest of her forays into the media world. So without any further ado, Dr. Sunyata Aman, who will take us and lead us in this conversation today.
Oh, thank you so much, Dr. Carr. I really appreciate you.
Woo!
Urias, are you able to come to the middle, or you're... No? Okay. All right. Fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us here, everybody. I know it's kind of early, and you might have been partying, getting your nerd on, which is fantastic. And just the fact that you're here is wonderful to have this conversation with these wonderful brothers. So first off, I wanted to just give a little shout out to Urias for making this all possible. There he is. Thank you so much. Black Heroes Matter is his Black Heroes Matter, and they really do matter. And you're our hero, Uraeus. I really appreciate that. So first up, we have Dr. Carr, Dr. Greg Carr. He's a distinguished professor at Howard University and Howard Law School. He's a Sirius XM host and renowned graphic novel collector and speculative fiction expert. Yeah, it was a setup. He brings a wealth of knowledge and insight into Africana studies and the intersection of cultural narratives in storytelling. So we're really happy to have you, Dr. Carr. And next up, we have this wonderful brother, David Crownson. He's the brilliant mind behind Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer. You know Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer? The graphic novel, the comic books, amazing. And A Nightmare in Newark is his newest endeavor and effort, which is fantastic. David's work pushes the boundaries in graphic novel world. He's blending history, horror, social issues with unmatched creativity. I really love what this brother does. He's a successful Kickstarter campaigner and trailblazer in his field. Thank you so much for joining us today, David.
Thank you for that introduction. Damn.
He's fabulous. Okay, so I'm going to sit here. And forgive me, guys, if I have to clear my throat. I swallowed wrong earlier, and that was just bananas when I was in the lift. And I'm sure the guy thought I was giving him the consumption coughing. But so just forgive me, warming the pipes back up. So let's kick things off with a bang, because that's how I like to do it. And if you could have dinner with any Black hero, right? Hero from sci-fi or in reality, right? Who would it be and why? And what's on the menu? Dr. Carr?
She kicked it off with a bang. We didn't rehearse this, so that was a hell of a question. I'll just say the first name that came to mind, Paul Robeson.
Okay, I like it. Paul Robeson.
Absolutely.
And why?
Because he loved our common humanity, but he loved it through the lens of being an African person. He understood enslavement. He didn't look away from anything, and anything he touched, he mastered. All-American athlete, top of the class, undergraduate school, law degree, walked away from the law, had the good enough sense to marry a woman who was smarter than he was, who was a whole scientist.
So basically you're saying he had the good sense to marry a woman.
Well, that's
Because
true.
you said a woman who was smarter than him. A woman.
That's true. I guess by definition, yeah, because Essie was no
That
joke,
is a
no
skill
question.
in and of
No
itself.
question. And I think
Let's keep it real.
no question. And
We're going to keep it real today.
I know that's right. And I would ask him, I think, simply, you know, obviously we know his work as an actor and as an activist. And I would just ask him what it felt like to be under constant attack and not let that shape your life.
Yeah.
That's what
I love it. What's on the menu for Paul? If you're ordering up the food. He doesn't know Uber Eats. Paul Robeson, this was a long time ago. What are you ordering on the Uber Eats? What are you doing?
That's you know, I think
Or are you cooking?
we would eat all the stuff that you know how to cook and fix that it in a healthy way, but that we probably
Well, it sounds
wouldn't
like
order
you're
that
trying
way.
to get me to make the meal. I
No.
don't
We
understand
wouldn't.
what's going
no,
on
we
here.
would want you to, because we would be satisfied, but no, it would be all the stuff that you probably.
No, I would be happy to do that.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, it would be a Jamaican menu all the way. So y'all got to get your
Oh, but his people
pepper tolerance
See,
together.
he's from North Carolina and
then
by
you
way
guys
of
love it.
Jersey, so I'm thinking greens.
Yeah.
Probably there's going to be some pig, although I haven't had pig in years. I'm sure he might not. You know, he wants
We're
some pork chop.
we're gonna
or
bring him
something.
into the new stuff.
See,
but
that's what I mean. That's
yeah.
what I'm saying. No, you can't cook it.
I
No,
love that.
we
So
need
what-
the nasty stuff.
What I'm hearing you say
Sweet
is that
potatoes.
you must be hungry,
We're going
Dr.
to
Carr.
sleep after that.
Oh, you're gonna take a nap.
Yeah, at
You're gonna
the
have the
table,
itis
probably,
after
yeah.
the. So what I'm hearing you say is that it would be a Southern meal to
Yes.
honor his heritage.
Absolutely.
And our roots are all
Absolutely.
common. Okay, I love
And
it.
because he used to say, "I want to be African," we would definitely have the African food.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okra, black-eyed peas.
Oh, no question. Probably
Carolina
fufu and all
gold,
that.
the rice, yeah, all the things that were stolen along with us.
No question. Well, yes, and when they lived in England, they were adopted by the West African Student Union. So, David, your people, their food will be there. Got to have that Ghanaian food because they love them in England. So
Yeah.
we would. So maybe you should.
Okay,
You coming?
I
Y'all
told him.
coming?
I
Y'all
told
had to
him.
come. Okay.
Yeah, I
good.
told
All right.
he's going to
I'm
get me to
there.
cook. All right, so David, thank you for that, Dr. Carr. I love that answer. So, David, same thing, which I'll just restate the question in case, or do you got it? You got it.
I think I have an answer.
Okay, let's go.
It's between. Okay, I'm gonna choose one. Chadwick Boseman.
Yes.
Would have loved to have.
Can you
sat
guys
with
hear
him.
him okay?
Can everyone hear me
thank
okay?
you so
All right. Hello, Chadwick Boseman, because I really admired his creativity and just really admired just to hear him just talk about how he embodied different like historical figures and also embodying.
Yeah, he
like,
was
the
playing
ul-
everybody for a while.
Exactly.
I was like, you gonna be everybody.
Exactly.
It didn't matter
And
who it
just-
was.
And just how he embodied like the king, like
Yes.
the king of Wakanda,
Yeah.
and the amount of research that he would do, and also how he was with his family, and how he also we're probably gonna have some vegan dish or some salad because I'll be too busy like trying to like listen. Like I can't have a cheeseburger in my face if I'm trying to take in
Absolutely.
information. So, but yeah, Chadwick Boseman.
I love that. And as we introduce, of course, health into the conversation, the vegetarian thing makes sense.
Yes.
Because
yes.
a lot of us suffer. We lost him way too soon,
Yeah.
and not that long ago. And I feel like we always have to talk about how many of our heroes we lose early, the reality heroes, the IRL heroes, which is unfortunate. So thank you for that. I absolutely love that. That's wonderful. So,
Yeah, who would you invite? Yeah. Yeah. Who would you invite? Yeah, Dr. Ahmed, who would you invite? Let's hear it.
damn.
I didn't think you were going to get away like that.
So I would invite Queen Nanny of the Maroons. Queen Nanny has always been a hero of mine since childhood, and I don't know if you guys are familiar. Anybody familiar with Queen Nanny of the Maroons? So this was a warrior who was stolen directly from West Africa, from your parents' home place, right, in Ghana. Yes,
Yes.
stolen right from there as a child to Jamaica, and never forgot that this was a theft of her future. And she was a real life superhero. She carried 2 machetes into battle against the British and conquered them. She beat the shit out of them. For like 5 years, they could not subdue her and her followers, these Maroons, these people who said, we're not taking this bullshit. And so they moved to their own area, which is still today called Nanny Town in Jamaica, and her descendants are there. And you can always visit there. It's a really awesome place. And she went into battle with them. She employed herbal warfare, which I really admire, making sure she was just fucking them up with like the pepper spray before people knew what pepper. She's using the Scotch bonnet and lacing up all the places they would touch and just all the itchy plants. And so she was an herbalist. She was a healer in her village. She also had the endemic knowledge of ancestral chants, asking ancestors for help. She was well known to have ritual with the folks who may have forgotten a bit, been a little bit distanced from that first generation of being stolen, being human trafficked. And so she would rile them up with drums and was like, okay, we're going to ask the ancestors, much like was going on in Haiti, right, with Toussaint Louverture and Dessalines, et cetera. So I would have to have dinner with this lady. And of course, we have to have Ghanaian food, which seems to be the theme. We're always going back to West Africa.
The food is fire
The
over
food
there.
is fire.
Like I lost weight. Even when I like went there to like.
Yeah, the food is amazing. So that's who I would love to talk to because of her resilience and because I like to kick ass and I need to take some notes, on how to just take people to task for things. So that's what I would do. So thank you for asking that, and also stop asking me stuff. So, okay. So I just like asking these quick fire questions at first, just to warm it up a little bit. So superpowers or super wisdom, which would your ideal Black superhero possess, and why? Can't say both. Just give me that one answer, and let me know. Superpowers or super wisdom, Dr. Carr?
Wisdom.
Wisdom. Okay. Yeah, but why?
Because wisdom is power.
Okay. Wisdom is power. I like it.
I mean,
like it.
right?
Yeah, of
Yeah.
course.
So
I like
it's not
it.
a choice.
No, you can't have both. Okay.
You can have power
David,
without wisdom. We might see that in November.
that's absolutely true. Have superpowers and no wisdom. You it's kind of jacked up.
Same thing, wisdom, because you can like if you have like superpowers but you don't have wisdom, you can like falter and be defeated easily. If you have wisdom, you can like move the chessboard and you're 10 steps ahead and around the corner. So yeah, wisdom,
I
always
like
wisdom.
it. Thank you, guys. I'm just gonna choose superpowers like becoming invisible. No, I'm just joking. Wisdom is great too.
You're not joking though. You're not.
I'm actually not
No.
joking. So with sci-fi fantasy, in particular, or sci-fi or fantasy, which trope are you absolutely tired of seeing when it comes to black characters? Now I want you to spill the tea and throw some shade. What tropes are you just tired of seeing
Genre or
in sci-fi or fantasy? Like, what are you tired of seeing?
let's start with the expert.
Okay, come on, David.
I might work with these people one day. So I don't
Oh, right. Facts.
Well, you can generalize. If you don't want to give the name
I
of,
gotta think of it.
I don't know if you know, but David's work is like. Can I say that you're?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay,
say
so
it, say
David's
it.
work is also being optioned.
It's in Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer is in development to be a TV series on Disney. And thank you. And a few other places too. But I think I'm just like I'm trying to think of what I'm tired of seeing it. But because I think they're slowly making that turn a little bit of
Yeah.
doing more
But as you
three-dimensional
were,
work.
that's now.
Mhm.
But maybe as you were coming up and before it started becoming taking a
Oh,
little turn,
oh,
what
oh,
were you
hell
tired
yes.
of seeing?
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Like for example, we have great supporting characters, but they were great supporting characters.
The sidekick.
Yeah, the sidekick.
Right.
Like I think I want like a Storm show.
Right.
Not like it's X-Men and then Storm's on the side doing this,
Maybe the leader, maybe not the leader.
Yeah,
Like that
yeah.
gets tired too.
Exactly.
I don't think they say she's the leader enough.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like the leader of team of gold team, blue team. I think they're doing it more with as far as Marvel goes with like we have a black Captain America. And at first, like I think in the comic books, it was like, all right, I'm Captain America and I'm black. But I kind of like what they did in the show where he was like, I don't know about this shit, and there was like a struggle in it,
Right.
and then he had to do what it means for him to be a black man, just like that internal struggle of it. And I like that when someone is introduced and it's a black character that they have real problems and nothing comes easy to
Right.
them. And it's a three-dimensional quality. Before it was just like, all right, here's my black sidekick, who's going to come in and say all the right things and be a magical Negro.
Right.
But it's like, oh, okay, this person has agency and a whole personality.
Yeah, and we are
behind
magical,
them.
make no doubt about it. But we don't need to be the sidekick in the magic store. Like we're bringing the things and sprinkling, BlerDCon dust on the people. It's just ridiculous. So thank you, David. I appreciate that. Dr. Carr?
That was perfect, actually, because I couldn't think of it. The first thing came to mind was Tyler Perry, but I know that's outside the genre. He's got another minstrel show on apparently on Amazon Prime.
I said,
No,
spill
but
the tea
I'm tired of Tyler Perry.
and throw the
But
shade. And he
that's-
was like, take this.
But as
He said
David
he has another minstrel
but
show.
but David, as you talk, it clicked for me. I'm tired of the Negro.
Okay.
And Henry Dumas, the writer, once said that the greatest role that Western man ever created was the role of the Negro. And I hope there's a trigger warning. I see some children back there. Someone edit this. Said the greatest actor to ever play that role is the N-word.
Okay.
And so the nativist tropes, like you say, Anthony Mackie's ambivalent, but ultimately, he's not going to leave America. which is why when Black Panther gave him those wings in Captain America, I was like 15 years old. I remember buying that issue. And they're in Wakanda. Oh, Steve Rogers is very nice. Hey, bro, what's your name? Oh, Sam. Hey, I got something for you, bro. See, that, okay, forget America.
Right.
When they went to the wedding, remember Storm and Black Panther got married, and all the black characters went. Blade came, they're all there, and then they see him pushing Isaiah Bradley in the wheelchair. He said, "Who is that?" It's Isaiah Bradley. Oh man! And he gave him a pound like he don't come to nothing. Y'all got him. He came to see this wedding. You know what I'm saying? That's not America. That's black people being together.
Right.
So I like that idea. I'm tired of the Negro. I'm tired of us sacrificing. I'm tired of us limiting ourselves to this country. I'm tired of the heroes always siding with America. I'm tired of that. So yeah.
Absolutely. So that kind of dovetails into my next question. I'll let you sip on your situation there. Your gin and juice. I was gonna say that, but then I was like,
I know I was in your head. I just finished the sentence. I know you.
you know.
It's not gin and juice. Oh, see.
Okay, so if you could create a black hero with a power that addresses a current social issue, just one power, what would that power be?
A mutant who, once she touches you, you know everything that ever happened in human history.
Wow,
Wait, say again?
that's deep.
And then you make your choices after that. But no,
I
but what
like
was that?
it.
What was that? Was it Lucy? Remember with what's her name? Scarlett.
Yes.
Right. And
You
then
see you with the nerds. Come on, nerds.
yeah,
Come on, blurs. Let's
and,
do it.
and as her brain opened up, she started studying, and then she saw everything. And
Right.
It's like, okay, this is the problem. I mean, to me, that would be the power.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it a lot. All right. So, David, same question. Black superhero with a power that addresses a current social issue. What would that be?
This is serious, but it's also kind of funny, but it's also real. Like I don't know if anyone has seen like Justice League, like that Zack Snyder version of it.
Yes.
There's like a scene where Cyborg, I think he's like hacking into different neighborhoods, and he sees like a single mother, and she's struggling to pay her bills. And he just does this thing where he hacks her account and he like stacks all the cash in it.
Yes.
That's
I love
it.
that.
I would make a bunch of black people rich.
Okay. Come on, David. I love it. I love that question because it just put me in mind of a friend of mine, Roy Wood Jr. You guys know Roy Wood?
Of course.
And
Yeah.
Roy Wood and I are good friends. And Roy has a joke in one of his specials. Actually, he's coming to film a special in DC in September, I think. Yeah, or August, September. So you guys should look out for that. But Roy has a joke about black superheroes that's very real too. And he said that as black people, we have so many issues that we can only address stuff very locally. So he's like, that's why Luke Cage is out the same block. He's just right in the same neighborhood. Like,
That's right.
he can't even get off the block. The block is hot. So I think it's a brilliant joke. And Roy is a brilliant comedian. And, oh, you know, with regard to social issues, and he's so funny. And I would just encourage you guys to like go see him if you can, or listen to his 3 specials, because he does deal with a lot of the things that we're talking about here. And I thought that joke was so poignant because I never thought about it. And so many times, like you said, we have to deal with the stuff that's going on in our own neighborhood because we just have so much trouble, you know? So I love that.
You didn't get away with what power?
Oh, God damn it, Dr. Carr. You know how this works? Superpower. Oof, that's a good one. Because I'm very witchy, my thing is the superpower of the evil eye, right? Like to bounce back just whack energy. And that includes just socially, we incur a lot of psychic vampirism. And what we say is, we can't have nothing. Like all of our stuff gets taken, our intellectual property, our soul that is try to get sucked out by the larger society. And the way that we're perceived has a lot to do with how we're looked at. So even as we're just walking around minding our own business, our little black business, people are throwing darts, or as we say, shooting you units. And it just all affects us because we have such an open heart and genuine spirit that I feel like it psychically affects us, and it's injurious, and we get home, we're exhausted, and we can't figure out why. But we can't even go in a grocery store with a tote like everybody else and put the vegetables in. We're like, I hope they don't think we're stealing it. It's like, it's just too
go around, and her makeup, because her cosplay was very heavy lift, and
Respect to y'all,
the
bro.
luxury
Respect to
you
y'all.
have, brother, is that you already come in superhero build. See, when you people my size, you have to customize that superhero to fit you.
Well, hey, in this age, you can find your hero in whoever, whether you built like One Punch Man or Sakamoto days.
Or too many
you know what I'm saying?
or too many punch the ass in the ass, man.
Yeah. Hey, they got a cosplay for everybody now, though.
Yeah, they do. So, like I said, I retired some, and there's still videos of my wife. She's coming down. This is the doc gonna come down, and she's gonna corral some cosplayers because they're slowly coming in.
Yeah.
They're slowly
Okay.
coming in.
That's dope.
So, for any of my toy talkers on here who hang out with me on toys, I'm gonna show you one thing that I picked up real quick. Now, I'm really a toy enthusiast at the end of the day. These are the aerial bots, but they are fake. They're the fake aerial bots.
Hell, that's tough.
The young man sold them for a decent price, and I was gonna go home with these. Now, many moons ago, you could buy these at Walgreens during Christmas time.
Oh wow.
So these would sit at Walgreens. They'll be like 3 for $11. For $11.99, you can get 3 other cheap toys like this. And I ended up getting devastated that way. And if I had known that they would stop doing that, I would have. Because I spent damn near $30 on this stat. So I could have been happy.
Okay.
Very fragile pieces. You put this together and you never take it back apart. So for my toy talkers on here, this is for you all.
Yeah.
I got the aerial bots.
Said bag acquired.
Fake bots.
Yeah.
And I don't know who on any of these lives, but this is the dot found it fit to grab me a shirt that I guess I might only wear in her person, and it says Hoochie Daddy.
No, she didn't.
I'll be my wife's Hoochie Daddy, which can be found here at BlerDCon. They have a plethora of Hoochie Daddy shirts for your wear. I will be rocking this. I'll probably rock this on a video live.
Yeah. I didn't know. I saw they had the Hoochie Daddy contest, but I didn't know they had Hoochie Daddy merch. I didn't know that one.
I ain't seen no shorts though. I ain't seen any shorts. So what interesting cosplays had you come across?
So, my favorite that I've seen so far, and it's one that you can only see at BlerDCon. You ain't gonna see it at any of the other cons. Somebody did Martin from the episode where they went on vacation and they had the big old rat. His shirt was torn up.
Really?
Yes. If you know the episode, if you know, you know. But that episode where Martin was chasing the rat around, that ain't no dang puppy. That one. That
is a deep pull too. I wish I'd have seen that.
Bro, that one was dope.
Hey, it's the Burger King.
Oh, the Burger King. Yeah.
Man, come over here and say hi, man.
What's good?
You jumping right? Come on, say hi to Black people. We got the Burger King.
What's up? How y'all doing, man? I'm Lucia the Cosplay.
That's a dope cosplay. What inspired the Burger King?
We actually doing like a food collab. See, I got Starbucks right there with me too.
Starbucks. You don't bring yourself over here and say hi. Acting all bourgeois.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need the McDonald's coming down here shortly.
Slide in some more. Slide in some more.
Yeah. It's Canna. Yeah.
That's wild. Hey, y'all did that. Y'all
That's
did
dope
that.
right there. Y'all definitely ate. Good job. Hey, literally. You see what I did when I said 8, y'all? You see what I did?
How long did it take y'all to make them?
Mine took about a week.
Yeah, hers
A week?
She had made each one of these scales. And
Oh, wow.
And stuck them on there. So,
Oh, wow.
took some time. Mine kind of, it wasn't that expensive. It took some time. But,
I had to spell the word burger.
oh, yeah. And she did that for me too, though. She
Damn.
Yeah.
She was putting in the work, I'm telling you. I'm here. I just kind of looked good.
Yeah. Put it on.
He got that on, though.
Oh, no. That's wild, y'all. That's dope.
Thank you.
Not the fries. He got the fries. He got the fries on deck. Put the fries in the bag, bro.
She said,
Oh.
okay, no.
Oh. Yeah. Say ain't gonna get caught lacking in these streets.
I think I'm lacking until that thing slide out.
What?
I
Oh,
appreciate
man.
y'all, though, man. I appreciate you.
Hey, that's live, bro. That's dope.
Yeah, they slowly coming in, but it's still early, man. That time change threw everybody off.
What? And you know, a lot of people they in recovery mode from last night. So
Yeah, but you telling y'all like I said, y'all was outside.
what? I'm not surprised I'm up, but I'm surprised I'm up. I'm running on like 5 hours of sleep, but it was a good 5 hours though, if that makes sense. I don't know, but I made it back in my room about 4:30 or so, and once I walked out from the party and saw it was 3, that just baffled me because that time skip just beat me up. I was not ready for it.
This is a late, early stream for us. This is like I'm late, but it's still early.
Yeah.
Down the house, I try my best to be timely. I promise you.
Yeah.
Well, we don't have much else to really discuss at the moment. Because Mr. Dada ain't here and ain't no cosplayers here. So I'm gonna have to reach back out to y'all, Dadaholics.
Again?
Damn, babe, hurry up. Hurry up. Babe. Oh my God. Jeez. All right, let's do this. Hey, guys. I am Jay.
And I am Lainey, and welcome to
Geek by Heart.
Yes.
Where we talk about anything that's geeky.
Absolutely.
It could
So we
be
do
comic book, whatever.
movie reviews, we do trailer reviews,
Definitely.
we talk about our games that we play.
Yes.
We actually stream our games that we play.
Definitely.
Right now, I am doing Echoes of Wisdom and Zelda, and then when it comes out, we're doing South of Midnight.
And I'm going to be doing, I started doing it, and I kind of logged out a bit, but
He's coming back to it.
yeah, I'm coming back to it. It's called Series Quest. It's basically games that has like a couple series. Right now I'm doing Gears of War.
Yes.
All right, I think I'm up down to 3, part 3.
Yes.
So yes, I'm going to be back on it soon.
Tell him when.
Soon.
Tell him when.
Soon.
All right. Well, at the very least, you can find me on Wednesdays. All right, at 7:30, and on Sundays at 5:30.
All right, and please check us out on Instagram and TikTok
and Twitch.
All right.
All under
what?
Our banner name,
Geek by Heart.
Okay.
All right.
So I am Lainey.
And I'm Jay.
And we hope to see you soon. Peace to the gods.
Where he let it bleed. What? Facts. Back. Last.
So I think we just need the ability to be seen as these amazing vibrational beings and let that melanin just bounce that bullshit off of us. So that would be my power.
I love that.
So let me ask. So let me ask you this, guys, because I want to nerd out on you even further. Y'all, I warmed you up, so that's how it is. A little foreplay. We did it. So we did it and it's done. So my universe is Star Trek. All right.
Yes.
I'm that Trekker.
One of your universe.
I'm such a Trekkie. I call myself a Trekker. Real Trekkies know we don't say is a Trekker, right? So my universe is Star Trek. I have ones I hate. I have ones I really love in the universe of Star Trek in terms of all of the iterations. We could talk about that later. We could go on forever, but that's my universe. I like it a lot. And what alternative universe would you feel comfortable in as a Black person with superpowers? Like, let me know. Or just a Black person. Like, where would you feel comfortable? Have you ever thought about inserting yourself into that? Like, I like that universe.
Wakanda. I just live in Wakanda.
Wakanda.
I live in Wakanda. Like I broke up with a woman because she said she would live in Hogwarts over Wakanda.
Ooh.
And I was like, this ain't gonna work.
He said he broke up.
Wow.
He's like, baby, we ain't gonna make
I was like,
it.
I know we a few months invested, but
We ain't gonna make it, girl. We ain't gonna make it.
like, what is a gruffle puff? What?
Did you say ruffle puff?
I don't know. See?
And look, that's its own universe, and if people are into it, that's fine too. But I like where you're going with that, and I think that there are universes that don't have to be specifically created that are our town, right? That still we could fit into. And I really love that you said Wakanda. How do you reconcile that with the narrative that came up in the movie about, hey, you're keeping all the good shit to yourself, Wakanda? Like, why are you not sharing that globally with the diaspora? How do you reconcile that? Would you be that one citizen that's like, we gotta go? Yeah.
I'm like, yo, there is a reason why. There is a reason why. Like, certain things are like hidden. I saw, a cloud-colored person with a bonnet the other day. So I was just like,
all right, I hear you on that. So
I saw a napkin American with cornrows.
oh my God, you cutting deep, bro. We got to live here. People got to come to your booth. All right, so Star Trek.
I mean, use your money to buy stuff, but like,
David's serious about it too.
Cornrows or a twist-up comb.
I hear you. So, Dr. Carr, same question. Like, is there an alternative universe that you've imagined yourself in, whether you have superpowers or not, that you would feel comfortable in? Because we already know that this society we're typically not comfortable in. No. And if you're comfortable as a person of color right here, right now in this society, not among your friends and fellow blurds, but if you're comfortable, something's wrong, we have to have a little chit chat. After this, I'll be happy to hug you. We're going to talk. But the fact is that if you're not angry or have something inside that like, hey, this is not correct, then there's a problem. So where would you see yourself where you think that it's closer to, or it is that thing that's a greater aspect?
I was, as you all were talking, I was trying to think of one. I mean, Wakanda would be cool. Although I like Hudlin. To me, Hudlin was said enough. Yeah, enough. Yeah, Ta-Nehisi my friend, but we don't need to get into all this. Anyway, I mean, I understand what you're trying to do, and it's beautiful. I'm good with Hudlin. Just whip some ass and let's.
So you like Wakanda as your?
I like Wakanda as a theme, but I was thinking about a place that has existed So the first thing came to mind was Egypt, but I'm not sure that there's no ideal. I've probably been one of them people cutting stones, not the people designing the pyramids. Which you need all of them, but you know.
But you and I both know that when we talk about there were slaves in Egypt.
Well, we know they weren't.
They were not.
No, it wasn't
I just want you guys to understand that.
But
and that
where I
even
would
the
feel
person who was cutting the stones.
Oh no, everybody had a
You've been there.
role.
I've been there.
No
that
question.
the people sign off.
No question.
And say it was my honor and privilege to work on this project.
That's exactly right. And they
so
were experts.
Slaves don't. That's not.
No, I wouldn't be thinking slaves. No question.
Right.
No question.
So you would be there cutting the stones, or you would be there. You're a scholar.
Well, that's why I paused.
Okay.
Because I thought about Timbuktu. And because it's communities of scholars from all over the world, and they're doing it. But then I thought maybe just something where I could live, where it actually is closer even than now. It would probably be an HBCU in like the 1920s or 30s, like Alabama State or Tuskegee somewhere. Not Howard. They're too bougie.
Not Howard.
But and I worked there. I loved it. It's probably some of y'all probably my former students.
Let's find out. Hold on. Let's find out. HU.
Oh yeah, there they go. Right. So y'all understand. Y'all know exactly what I'm talking about. These are the people who there's a place for everybody at HBCUs, Howard included, of course. But I'm thinking about a place like Alabama State where they had a farm.
Right.
They made their own food. Everybody lived on campus. It's a world that we can imagine that we made for ourselves.
I like it.
Yeah.
Well, I know. I went to FAMU.
FAM's one of those
and
places.
I went to Tuskegee for graduate school, so I understand.
So you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Farms, horses, it's good. So thank you for that. I really appreciate that. It sounds like you want the place where you roll your sleeves up and everybody's doing something.
Let's get to work together.
Okay, yeah. I like it. So David, I have a question for you.
Wait, hold up. You didn't answer the question.
Oh,
where would you go?
There you go. I was waiting to see. Okay, very good.
At 2, David. At 2.
At 2. At 2.
Where would I feel? I already said Star Trek is my universe.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
On, y'all,
yeah, which one?
That's a great question. Deep Space Nine. Deep Space Nine. You got Avery Brooks. He's a captain. He's a commander. He's a kick-ass motherfucker with a bald head. He's a single father who is amazingly loving to his son. He is a prophet to other people, right? They're holding him. This planet of white people is like, yes, the emissary. Yeah, it's all that. It's all that. And he's not a sidekick to anyone. He's the leader of this group of people. And he's amazingly smart, clever. It doesn't end tragically at the end. Spoiler alert. So it doesn't, he doesn't become this tragic figure, which we love to, in whatever form, the tragic magic mulatto or the, so all of that. It's strong all the way through, and the writing is insane. Also, because of the money that was made from The Next Generation, the producers there were able to say, hey, this is a proven concept, right? Because it was the reawakening of this very old franchise, this very old show that only ran a few years, if you think about it, right? And so now it was a proven thing with Picard, all of that stuff, and the studio said, okay, we'll give you more money. And so then they were able to choose the actors. If you look at the quality of the act, they gave you Shakespeare in space, starting with Avery Brooks and all these other amazing actors. So I just think it's better acted. It's just amazing. And I know it sits outside of canon because it follows a sequential timeline. Trust me, we could do this all day. I'm going to wrap it up. But Deep Space Nine would be mine because I just think that what I saw with the leadership and how that's a central character was everything to me. David.
What? What?
Your Kickstarter campaign, right? Because we got a lot of creative people here. Your Kickstarter campaign for Harriet Tubman, Demon Slayer, the comic books, graphic novels, right, was a huge success. You overshot your goal. It was really amazing. What advice would you give to other creators who are looking to fund their projects through crowdsource funding, and whatever little tips or tricks? Like what are the top 2 things that you would say to creators who are like, I need to get my project off the ground. How do I crowd fund this?
Think big, start big. Don't start with setting, because I've been seeing a lot of people set their goals at like 3,000 or 4,000. And it has to be something that's achievable, but it's not something that you can just easily borrow from someone. So I think I set my goal for 15,000 for Harriet.
Okay.
And secondly, I would.
And then what did you finish with for whatever
I
rounds?
think I finished with like I think a little over 24,000
Mhm.
for it.
And it went quickly too.
Say again?
It went quickly too. You just knocked it down. It happened.
It didn't feel it went quickly.
I know, but it did. You know, you know how I know
it was
it
like
went
down
quickly?
to the wire. It felt like it because it was my first time
No.
doing it. But
Let me tell you something. You know how I know it went quickly? Because I was one of the people who put in for your Kickstarter. So I was watching the thing the whole time, like, come on, Lucky Seven.
Thank you. But, and also, I would just say, like, really prepare like ahead of time, and like, for example, when a movie comes out, like the movie just doesn't come out. It starts with like a poster. It starts with teaser trailers, and then there's a whole campaign that is set up before the actual movie comes out. So I would, build a social media presence and build hype around the thing you're trying to finance, whatever it is, and even go behind the scenes and have like a fan page about it and just spend a lot of time talking about it. Like during that time of Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer, like during the Kickstarter, like I went for it the way I would fan out or geek out over any Marvel or DC thing or any Star Wars thing.
And we should.
Yeah.
And we should. It's our shit. Like we
Yeah.
should. And we should support each other. And I really love you for that. And you're doing a crowdfunding for Nightmare in Newark.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, and I also put in for that. Come on, bruv.
Thank you,
Yeah, you
Doc.
gotta
Look
support
what
your
you
own
did to my
people.
voice.
And David didn't even know that before.
I didn't even know.
I be
a lot
slipping
goes
in.
down. A lot is happening when you do a crowdfunding. But
Yeah,
thank you.
we're
Thank
our
you.
own superheroes. Like, you could found that in the couch cushions, y'all. Like, you spend it on stuff that's not even important, but this is important. So within that course of storytelling, right, you have a blend of history and supernatural elements. For sure, magical elements in Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer is really unique, and I love that. Can you talk about developing that concept, especially during your time in Ghana? Your parents are from Ghana, right?
Yes, yes.
And like, it's a very original story. Like, are there pieces that come from Ghana and your time developing this story? Like, how does that affect it?
Well, like Harriet Tubman is like hugely celebrated in Ghana.
Wow, did you guys know that? Who knew that? Nobody. I'm so glad you said that. I didn't know that either.
I didn't know it at the time
And I have
either.
so many friends from Ghana. Ain't nobody. We never talked about Harriet Tubman, which goes to show that in the diaspora, sometimes we feel a disconnect that is not really a disconnect. And the whole idea of like ADOS, is that what the people call it? Oh, that's bullshit, man. And so, yeah, it's bullshit. And the idea of the separateness that we have is bananas and pajamas. So I'm here to say that as a child of the diaspora, being born here, that I have so many friends from so many places, and the struggle is real, and we are so much stronger together in that aspect. And the fact that you even said that is like blowing my mind. So how did you incorporate that from even your time in Ghana or being Ghanaian into the story?
Like there was, I think they had in this documentary that I was watching, they had said that they had traced her heritage and her background, like her roots had started in Ghana, and that's like one of the reasons why she was like hugely celebrated. And
like Queen Nanny.
Yes.
Yeah, these are some kick-ass women. Let me tell you something. Don't fuck around with Ashanti women from Ghana.
Yes.
Don't fuck around.
Yes.
Like, don't do it. There's something there that strikes that heart of we're not going to do this anymore. And the fact that women take the lead on this. Harriet Tubman is a maroon. These are maroon women. Do you feel that like there's that through line going into Ghana, like that connectivity?
Yeah, because like originally when I came to Ghana, I was just taking like a break, and I had been going through a lot of like stuff with like my background was like or is in acting, and I was just really overworked and stressed and trying to like pay all my bills. And I think my family just said like, hey, we think you've never been to Ghana. You've
Oh, you
never
hadn't
been here.
been?
Yeah, I hadn't been there. I think I was like 28 at the time. And my mom was just like, hey, I think you should take some time off, either find someone to be in your apartment, and I think you should quit. I was like, yo, I ain't doing any of that shit. But then
your mother is Ghanaian woman, so you should just listen.
yes. Listen to your moms, everyone. Motherly figures, and then within like a few weeks, I had lost my job, and I'm like, all right, mom, I'm gonna come home. And my mom also just wanted me to go there because like my father had passed away, and I hadn't like connected to those roots of myself. So did it for I think I ended up living there for like 4 or 5 months, and gave up my apartment. I think I put some of my stuff in storage. And
Did it change your life being there?
It did. It did because usually I hear when people have gone there, they or like black people have gone there, they say I don't feel like I'm just like it's hard to express. I'm trying to like put this into words. Like for example, like when I lived in New York, I think one time I was taking like a yoga class or something like that, and there was like me and like 4 of the black people in this yoga class, and I think I forgot my glasses and my water bottle, and usually I felt like this white. Maybe it's in my head, but I don't think it is. But like I felt like
Go on and call it.
like this woman said, "Oh, like that man forgot his glasses." I was like, "You wanted to say that black man forgot his glasses? You wanted to say, or like I think my favorite was an African American gentleman. He forgot his glasses back there." But like I don't know, in Ghana, I just felt like a guy.
Yeah,
Like I was a
it's
guy. I was a
different.
three-dimensional human being.
It's different when you go to a place where it's majority you.
Yeah, it's majority, and you're not minority.
And you look at the money, and it's you on the money. Like Queen Nanny is a national hero. She's on the money.
Yes.
And Captain Kojo, who's also Ghanaian, that's a Ghanaian name, is on the money in Jamaica. So it's like it's just different. There's no dead presidents.
Exactly.
So it does make you feel different, and it sounds like it empowered you to write a story that they're talking about in Ghana, that she's a hero, but then she has that connectivity, and then you're putting in these elements. Why Demon Slayer?
I just thought like when you're also studying what happened and you're studying slavery, there was like a line in the comic book. I'm very proud of this line that I
Come
read.
on and give it to us. You're proud of this line. Go.
No.
Yes,
like,
sir.
It's I'm grateful that it came through like research and like just the brutality of slavery and the monstrosity of slavery. There's a scene in Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer where this young black girl asks Harriet like, what's the difference between these white men that whip us and the vampires that hunt us? And Harriet Tubman just says like, vampires have sharper teeth. Like, there's not like a difference between it.
So the only difference is vampires have sharper teeth.
That's it.
Wow.
It's still like a demonic entity. People say like, oh, racism is it's a mental. I'm like, no. It's a terrible, awful thing, and you are aware of what you are practicing.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's how I feel about that.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. So Dr. Carr, I have a question for you. So, I know you're a huge Octavia Butler fan, and you've even led.
They're fans.
They're real
fans.
fans.
But yeah,
I'm a
you're one,
fan.
absolutely.
Yeah, I'm a fan.
Even have a tea name for her. Y'all know
do
about
have
that
a tea.
Octavia Butler.
Yeah, I have
right?
a tea called Octavia.
No question.
that we do. So I want to know how has Octavia Butler influenced Black hero portrayal in sci-fi and speculative fiction? How do you think she's influenced that?
I mean, there are the people who obviously give her, attest that she has influenced them, the creatives, particularly these young sisters who are doing so much work now.
Like Tana Reeve Do.
Yes. Well, Tana Reeve do, yeah. In
Do
the
you know? Do
generation.
you guys know Tana Reeve Do?
Oh, I know her. No question.
If you don't, you need to.
Absolutely.
Lots of her stuff has been optioned in Hollywood. She's been doing this a long time, and she was a direct mentee of Octavia Butler. So her work, like My Soul to Keep, and that kind of stuff, which gives a lot of historic tie-in to Ethiopia and like storylines of immortals. But how do you, that's a definite influence. Do you feel like Octavia Butler has her fingers on some other folks' work?
Well, yeah, I think the combination of real world challenges that she works through, and of course with the parable, and the attention to detail that's research based. So David, here you talk about your process is so important, and then to see this next generation, not to never do, but the people who come after her.
Okay.
Adiemi and all those, who are doing, what is it, Nnedi Okorafor. I mean, it's like that generation now, it's almost like her grandchildren.
Like Children of Blood and Bone.
Yes, exactly. I think the last one, what's the last
You
one
guys
just
know
came
that
out?
book, Children of Blood? Okay.
Yeah, she was just here, I think, in D.C. at Martin Luther King Library about 3 weeks ago. Did anybody see her?
Doing a reading?
Yeah,
No?
for the third in the trilogy. But in some ways, it seems like Octavia Butler becomes kind of like a grandmother
Right.
to those, and they're not, well, I won't say rediscovering, I suppose, the power in, it's not fantasy, it's not science fiction. These continental African ways of knowing that you just don't have to make it all up. You can tap into that, and I think Octavia Butler does a great job of influencing subsequent generations in doing that and keeping it tangible, though. So it isn't completely out of the realm of possibility. In fact, it's so close it scares the hell out of me.
Yeah, definitely. Parable of the Sower.
No question.
Is going on right now.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's absolutely amazing. So let me ask you a question, Dr. Carr. As far as the best sci-fi movie or series that you just could go to watching it over and over again that you want to make sure that everybody knows about, what would that be?
That's not, I can't even.
Let's say something recently that maybe you've seen that you're like, this is off the meter.
Because it isn't so far out the rim. In fact, it seems to me that all of it is more like documentary. It just hadn't happened yet. Is Black Mirror.
Black Mirror?
Yeah.
Yes. I'm sure
just
everybody
like,
here.
all this stuff is happening now. So,
How many people have seen Black Mirror?
So if I had to say one, I don't know.
If you haven't, you really do need to.
Black Mirror is like, what
and
the hell?
run it all the way through. I really recommend it. Yeah, and because they connect in a way.
And she tells me about half these things. I don't even know about them. You say, did you see so-and-so? No, I didn't see that.
Because I'm just that weirdo.
Yeah.
I'm that blurred. But
No question.
I think the other one with the one where they were going to the moon and then they on Apple TV.
Oh yeah,
For All Mankind.
Yeah, For All Mankind. Yeah, you definitely told me.
I
Have y'all seen that?
that.
Yeah, For All Mankind. I can't wait till the African country gets into space race.
Right, I
That's
can't
what
tell
I'm
you how good that is. In that alternative timeline, it's amazingly well done.
Maybe Nigeria gets in and then says, "Can nobody have any uranium?" At that point, United States and Russia's space collapse, and then we go to the moon and leave everybody here.
It's about to happen.
It could happen, no question. Sierra Leone.
So that particular show, without
Burkina Faso, Mali, they might.
Mali.
Yeah, Mali.
So without
Give us
giving
our
away
uranium,
too much on that, it's just this divergent like a separate timeline where if the Russians had gotten to the moon first.
But close.
Very close. And it was very close. But what would have happened up to now if that had happened? And it's amazingly told. And as a matter of fact, the producer of that was the producer of Star Trek The Next Generation, Deep Space Nine. He was the creator of it. He wrote the whole thing. So like all these shows that you what's the one that Battlestar Galactica, the reboot of that, like he did all of those things. So it's amazing how even something like The Next Generation and Deep Space Nine can launch somebody's career off into giving them other stuff. Outlander, you guys know Outlander? Yes? That's great too. So he's done a ton of work. So what about you?
As far as like, I was gonna say the same thing, like Black Mirror.
Black Mirror.
Just because of like, there are so many things that are, that I sometimes feel like we're living through a Black Mirror, like episode, like at the moment with everything that's happening in the world, yeah. Black Mirror.
Okay, got it. I like that. So I want to make sure give you guys time, and if somebody has a question. But lastly, if you could leave the audience with one thought about the future of Black superheroes, what would it be? Like in whatever genre, how do you see that Black heroes matter? Of course. What would you like to see us doing as Black heroes in whether it's in cinema, sci-fi books, or whatever? Like, what's missing?
Literacy.
Okay.
Literacy is missing. The flat edge. Everything is so very flat. Again, that's why I don't like Tyler Perry anymore. Not that I ever did, but it's nothing to dig on the brother. I'm just saying, if you've seen 30 seconds of his film, you can tell everything else is going to come up.
Right.
There's no need.
Somebody's going to wear a wig.
Yeah, it's going to be a
And it's
single
gonna be a
father.
brother.
Being somebody's come back from jail. Jesus is coming
Somebody's
back.
going to be dark-skinned and the villain.
Exactly. Exactly.
It's like
The
there's somebody
sisters
going to
made
be a
all the
bus
bad
driver
choices till Jesus comes.
or a
Yeah,
trash hauler, and it's
come
like,
on.
this is a good man.
It's
Yeah.
exactly. So literacy, in the sense that growing up, as I was getting into comic books, we were also reading, and there weren't any pictures. There are no pictures in Jules Verne.
Right.
There are no pictures in H.G. Wells. So I didn't know about the Black writers. In fact, there's an old book that just came out, Duse Muhammad Ali, Ear Roosevelt came. It's a fantasy set in the 1930s by the guy who got Marcus Garvey his first speaking engagements, and they recovered it. But there's no maybe you would take a crack at converting this into a graphic novel. At some point, they're going to be images, but the stuff without images allows us to think and put our own conversations in. So to me, that's
I like
bring
it.
that back.
I like it. So instead of asking you the same thing, I'm gonna flip it, and I'm gonna put my thing down, and I'm gonna flip it and reverse it. If you were a superhero, what would your superpower be?
I'm still stuck on that Tyler Perry thing. Like, everyone's gonna wear a wig in it.
But it's gonna be the men.
Yeah, the man. Like I saw a man who had like a fade wig. It was hilarious. It was like they just like taped Velcro
And these
around it.
these are already great-looking brothers. Like, they didn't need any help. Like, what are you doing?
Tape
The tape line
around it.
So what would be your superpower?
My superpower would
Yeah.
be, I don't know if anyone watches Invincible. Yes, I want Adam Eve's powers.
Okay.
I want that. I want to be able to create any element, any piece of matter. If my family's having a tough time, like, yo, here's some gold, sell it.
I like it.
You know.
Oh, you definitely from Ghana.
Yeah, I want to
Gold.
fly to different areas of the world that have agriculture issues and just take care of the vegetation.
So what I always hear from
Yeah.
you is that you have this, we need to take care of each other, and the superpower is in being able to foster and care for communities.
Exactly.
Like, I keep hearing that from you, and I really appreciate that.
Yeah. Like there's this thing, because I don't know, I just feel like that's a real superhero.
And that's
Like-
great, because we love Luke Cage, but like, the man stay on his same block, like we said, right? Like,
Exactly.
I love him. Since childhood, I've loved him and collected him. Collecting Black comic books was my jam from when I was little. So all the Black and brown heroes, I'm always collecting them. But I was like, man, again, Luke Cage. So I love that you're thinking of it. It's a start. No shade on Cage, right? But the global aspect. So I hear you talking about like the diaspora, all of that, which is unifying, and I really appreciate that. So let me ask you, Dr. Hart, real quick. What would be your no? What would be your
Yeah, she did that. Because it's time. It must be time. Oh, yes, we got 5 minutes.
So what would be your superpower?
Shut it down
Just real quick, like, what would you do? What would you have?
I don't have a superpower.
Oh, you definitely do. You're one of my heroes, both of
No,
you guys.
no. I mean,
And
one that I
so-
would want. I mean, I think we all have the capacity. To me, maybe, and it's tied to what you just said about David, about our capacity to listen
Okay,
and empathize.
got you.
I think that's something we all have the capacity to do. We developed that. Yeah, you do that well. You have that power, among others. To listen. In other words, people walk in her store, how can we heal you today? The idea that I need to understand where you are.
It's a communication,
Yeah.
and you're a great communicator. I mean, he's a legend.
Yes, he
His
is.
brother's a legend.
Yes.
People knocking down the door to get in his classes.
No.
I see your superpower because you're
But-
you're being modest.
No,
But
but
I
think,
see-
think about that in terms. I mean, even in terms of in comics, this whole trope of the telepath, the
Yeah.
empath. You like Jean Grey, but then it always ends up messed up.
right.
People say, she said, we got to wrap it up because they got to come to the next people. Oh, we don't have 5 minutes. We had no minutes. No, come on. We done, right? Are we fine?
Okay.
They're
That
like,
means
wrap it
stop.
up, Negroes. The Power Rangers are here, so wrap it up right
Facts.
now.
Let's get.
The Power Rangers are here, so wrap it up, you cocoa buttered people.
Can we thank Dr. Amin
That's
though
what they
before
said.
Dr. Amin?
They
You
were like-
got some closing remarks, I'm sure.
I was kidding.
I love it.
Yes.
I absolutely love it. Maybe we could just very quickly take like a couple super quick
Oh, you
questions.
gonna fight somebody.
Anybody, you know what it is. So
Get us in trouble.
anybody, anything quick? Yes? You better move fast.
Where?
They moving slow.
Come to my table and buy
Yeah,
Harriet
come on,
Tubman
brother.
Demon Slayer,
You doing
A205 in Independence
Yes,
Hall.
I'm so sorry.
selling-
We're definitely going to let people know that.
We're
too.
selling the graphic novel.
What's
Over
your,
here.
David, what's your table number?
It's in A205 Artist Alley in the Independence.
Okay. So, brother, you
Hall
have
on
a
the second
question?
floor.
Okay, come on.
All right, so my question is to you guys, since this talk about these new stories coming out, what particular stories are you trying to see with these new works when it comes to Black creators and their creative process?
Put the microphone up a little bit. So you're saying what stories are...
What stories are you guys trying to see since the way that things are going in terms of the production of these artworks, comic books, movies, TV shows, what have
Yeah.
you? What are you trying to see that you haven't seen just yet?
So that's a great question. I'm not sure if you were here from the beginning because, you know, we started kind of early, but these brothers did talk about, and this is a fantastic question, about the kind of stories they want to see. I think you have it on tape, right, Urias? So he can tap you in on that. You're our superhero for even coming up here asking a question. I really appreciate it. What's your name?
O'Neal Barnaby.
All right. Thank you. Clap for this brother. He's fantastic. You got something quick for me, bruv?
Yeah, quick question. I am a creative, particularly writer, and actually did publish a book about a Black girl who does become a superhero. And so I guess my question is, like, do you feel like there's an imbalance between more Black male superheroes as opposed to more Black women?
Oh, that's a great question. So is there an imbalance? What do you say?
Yeah, I think it's what's it called? Like yes and no.
So Black female superheroes, Black male superheroes. Is there
you
an
feel like
imbalance?
there's more men than women in terms of representation, in terms
there's
of notoriety?
It's a complicated question, but it's not a complicated question. I'm trying to answer this fully and completely because I see.
Do you see a lot of female Black superheroes?
I do. I see.
Okay,
But
got
also,
you.
I was thinking about when Chadwick Boseman passed away, right?
Yeah.
And just watching how that affected like me, like I'm a grown ass man, but how that affects my nephews, they had a year where they got Miles Morales and T'Challa in the same year, and that's huge for them.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, well there's two of them, that they can look up to. I think Luke Cage is great too, but I think they needed people talk about the who are the four pillars of superheroes, and you can say Spider-Man, you can say Batman, you can say Reed Richards, you can say what's it called? But for us, we can say Luke Cage, we can say Blade, we can say.
But we're
Bishop.
still not naming a lot of women, and that was the question.
Yes.
So
yes.
I
yes.
feel
yes.
like
Yes. Yes. Yes.
So I feel I gotta hold you.
Yes. Yes.
I gotta
yes.
hold you, brother. That's my
I'm
job.
thinking
and
of
so
the door
I
of
hear
Mirage,
you,
but
in that we
yes, I
we don't
agree.
have a lot of time. I'm just gonna say what my thought process on it because I'm liking the people you name. There's not enough Black female superheroes,
Yes.
and there needs to be. And there can be because you've just written some. In Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer, Nightmare in Newark, you have a central character that's a
And
Black.
Killer Bee.
There it is. So I I love that you've written them, and so maybe you're like, I wrote them. There's a lot of, but like,
Well, no,
but
like
you,
there's
but
not
I
enough
like that
that's
we're,
iconographic. Like there's
yeah,
not enough like that iconic superhero that is honed in on and focused on and
Yeah.
given like a three-dimensional nuance to them.
right.
So yes, I
So I
agree with the
appreciate
question.
that, and the fact that you're writing those things is the contribution that we need. Thank you for asking
Yeah.
that.
Well,
We
thank
have to
thank you.
kind of wrap.
Uh,
So I'm so thank you for
There's a
asking.
young lady right there
So
who has a question.
I think we don't have time for
We don't
another
have
question.
time.
I'm so sorry. But
I'm
we
so
can
sorry.
see you after we can. She said keep going. All right, because I'm like, I'm
The Power
like,
Rangers are late.
You know-
So we, in that case,
Dr. Carr,
whip out the grill.
Dr. Carr. I'm sorry. Can I have you back though? Is he gone? Oh, he's gone. His chair's gone. Okay, well that's amazing. So I'm going to use that. Okay, thank you.
Noir neon vibes. It is the home of Neon Mike, where the conversation just glows with some amazing, talented individuals. We're not afraid to talk about important social issues that affect our community. At NMV, I'm still mentoring my former students and even helping them produce their own shows like Blurred to Reason. And let's not forget taking some of the most amazing photos in the DMV. So make sure that you give us a follow.
The reason why I'm talking about graphic novels in the library is because, ladies and gentlemen, I want to start a comic book reading club. I really want to start this. And I hope you guys join me. I hope you send people my way that aren't necessarily into comics. Black, white, Puerto Rican, Haitian, don't care. I think comics are one of the last places that you can go and get away from it all, where it's easy to digest if you want it to be. If you just want to escape a little bit for a few hours, if you want to have your mind expanded without having to look up a word in a thesaurus or dictionary, comics are the place to do that. They have pictures. Simple. So with that said, I'm gonna have once a month. I'm gonna have a character that I want to focus on, and every week I am going to give us a chance to read this particular character's origin or their arc in a particular series and come back and we discuss. We talk about what they're like currently and we talk about their growth as a character, which writers seemed to be more suited for them, which writer really helped them bloom um, and come to life under their wing. We can talk about anything. So, for the month of January, the month of snow, wind, depending on where you live, heat, ice, lightning, we are going to focus on my Lady Storm. I love her. She's my favorite lady in the whole comic book universe. DC. Yeah, no, DC and Marvel. She's the girl. She's my girl. We are going to be talking about Storm. We are going to first focus on her origins. Yep, we're going to figure out where she came from, how she came to be, how she developed her powers, and how she also how she's grown. Like I said, uh, Jesus, I think her very first appearance. Let me see if I can get this up because I am also an adult and I do things. This is her very first appearance. Giant X-Men, believe it was published in 1976. They actually have her and I think it's her, Cyclops. No, is it her, Cyclops? No, Colossus, not Cyclops. Pardon me. I know I'm about to get everybody in here correcting me. Look, we all gonna read the same thing. This, yes, the snow is ghetto. However, it melts. Is it not? Is it 75 or 70? It is 75. I'm going to take your word for it because you know better than me. Yeah, it sounds like it's like a book club, except it's comics. It's much easier to digest. Thank you. I hope you join. Good. And maybe you're down. I'm counting on you, my friend. I hope to see you here. I will try to get you in and out of here as early as possible because I know you have to record your stuff too. But glad to have y'all here. No pressure whatsoever. And yes, 1975. Thank you both. So we're gonna start here with her origins. So next week, actually on my, I guess when I get this whole thing settled, I'm gonna put the list of the arc that I want to read for her origin because it's more than just this one book. Her other comic is going to be this thing right here. I'm going to try to keep talking so that I don't have any dead space because that's unprofessional and like you should definitely have your stuff together more so than I do. But it's fine. This is also going to be part of her origin story. So it's these two comics. It's just these two. If you can't get through these two comics, you didn't see my podcast. That's the only reason that you guys cannot get through these two comics. But those are going to be the two books that I focus on. For next week, we will talk about her origins there. Whoever wants to come on, by all means, just DM me or comment below in the YouTube channel or DM me on Instagram. Can definitely get you guys pulled up so we can have a nice little roundtable discussion. I won't keep you on for the whole hour if you don't want to, but if you want to, I'm here.
Damn, babe, hurry up. Hurry up. Babe. Oh my God. Jeez. All right, let's do this. Let's do this. Hey guys. I am Jay.
And I am Lainey, and welcome to
Geek by Heart.
Yes.
Yes. Where we talk about anything that's geeky.
Absolutely.
It could
So we
be
do
comic book, whatever.
movie reviews, we do trailer reviews,
Definitely.
we talk about our games that we play.
Yes.
We actually stream our games that we play.
Definitely.
Right now, I am doing Echoes of Wisdom of Zelda, and then when it comes out, we're doing South of Midnight.
And I'm going to be doing, I started doing it, and I kind of logged out a bit, but
He's coming back to it.
Yeah, I'm coming back to it. It's called Series Quest. It's basically games that has like a couple series. Right now I'm doing Gears of War.
Yes.
All right, I think I'm up down to 3, part 3.
Yes.
So, yes, I'm going to be back on it soon.
Tell them when.
Soon.
Tell them when.
Soon.
All right. Well, at the very least, you can find me on Wednesdays, all right, at 7:30, and on Sundays at 5:30.
All right, and please check us out on Instagram and TikTok.
And Twitch.
All right.
All under
what?
our banner name,
Geek by Heart.
Okay.
All right.
So I am Lainey.
And I'm Jay.
And we hope to see you soon. Peace to the gods.
Where he let it bleed. What? Facts. Back. Last.
Blerd's Eye View, where black sci-fi and fantasy get funny, fierce, and downright unforgettable. I'm your host, Chris Fury, and for the next 30 seconds, me and my crew, we're going to show you how to blast through worlds where comics crack you up, anime shatters expectations, gaming gets a twist, and television and film redefine cool. Imagine heroic journeys that make you laugh, rebel narratives that challenge the norm, and pop culture with a black twist that's as smart as it is hilarious. Ready for a ride through creativity, chaos, and cosmic wit with really cool guests? Well, let's go. This is Blerd's Eye View.
I got myself a notion, and one I know that you'll understand.
To set the world in motion by reaching out for each other's hand.
Maybe we'll discover what we should have known all along.
One way or another, together is where we both belong.
I got myself a notion, and one I know that you'll understand.
To set the world in motion by reaching out for each other's hand.
Maybe we'll discover what we should have known all along.
one way or another, together is where we both belong.
All right. Good afternoon. This is Winton Staten, Little Science Guy here for LSG Media. Here at BlerDCon 2025, live streaming with BlerdStation. I'm here with my buddy CJ, here with 3 Black Geeks, and Kayshawn. Yes, sir. He's a Super Sentai Power Rangers vendor. We're going to be talking a little bit about Power Rangers and the cultural impact and how it brought people around the world. We're having him as a guest for a short period of time. We have a couple of guests we're going to bring on in a minute, but yeah, we just kind of want to just, Power Rangers is such a big thing. We're Power Ranger cosplayers. Obviously, we're fans of the show, and BlerDCon is all about culture and it's all about bringing people together. And this show has brought the entire world together. So we're going to talk a little bit about our experience and what we observed, and just togetherness and the positivity that the show brings.
How did you parlay your Ranger fans? How did that impact you to like say, hey, I want to do this? I've already been a fan of Power Rangers. The idea was so easy because I love this every scene when I first thought it wasn't supposed to be this, it manifested to like making it happen the way it is. Yeah. It was just supposed to be buttons. It was just here. Wow. Decent design.
Okay.
That I saw a machine on Amazon. I was like,
and look at these. These are excellent.
they really are.
Yeah.
I say
Yeah.
one person motivated and it's funny because you're wearing something that guy did, the guy who's answered so
Yeah.
crazy. Like,
Yeah.
Hit me up.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. 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 Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Be this way. About everything has that one interaction.
Yeah.
With a different actor.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Mm. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Push yourself. Have a natural conversation with everybody together. It wasn't supposed to be the way it is. And it's like, let's say it was just with the Zia. And I love hard, but it was like, Zia was the easiest for me, it made it so easier for me to like create the masterpiece that I wanted. To do like the pins and stuff.
Yeah.
After that, when I got the machine, I just dabbled on like certain ranges, not all of them.
Yeah.
And then people started asking me.
Yeah.
Like fancy.
Yeah.
Like fancy was asking me to make patches.
Okay.
That's how it really got me. I made fan patches, fancy patches, a big helmet.
Yeah.
And then I was like, oh, let me continue on working on like the regular team that exists in
Yeah.
Power Rangers universe.
Yeah.
And then I was also like doing my Sentai journey.
Mm.
So I'm trying to get more into that.
Yeah. And you made like almost all the seasons and patches.
I'm out of the seasons right now. I'm missing some of the 80s or 90s.
Okay. Okay.
And two of the modern year, mostly because I'm trying to change the design
Okay.
of those helmets before I even get to it.
And you know, I have to point out here, I showed some of these patches a few minutes ago, but I look at these two. It just by coincidence, these are the characters, the Rangers that we cosplay as. Was that by design, or was that just a coincidence? You brought these up today.
I picked the ones that are. When I picked the designs, we take it on the table. It was more like trying to figure out a way to show you the different dynamics of each helmet and how it's easier to like design certain ones. Like my easiest design is Total 5 LiveStream Rescue.
Oh, is that right? Okay.
My second highest one, like easy one, to do is LiveStream in space.
Okay.
So after that is this one. It was never on. I don't know. Let's go. We out here. Oh yeah, I ain't gonna lie. If it's doing that,
Live
that was
TV,
amazing.
folks.
But yeah, those are the ones that's a little easier to do. My hardest one, I don't have on the table. I don't have because I didn't even make it. It's that hard to make. And that's Daishi.
Yeah.
Daishi was a hard patch to make, and Boom from Zenkaiser. Those are two. Like, it's also take the longest, and it's like scary that it might mess up my design.
Do you have a favorite design in per se? Like a favorite patch that you made so far?
A favorite patch, because I love this character as a whole. Stacy from Zenkaiser, Stacy Caesar.
Okay.
And Princess Shayla.
Princess Shayla.
Yes.
You made a patch for Princess Shayla.
Yes.
Awesome.
She has a regular face patch. That was my first time doing my second time doing a face patch because I'd have an astronomer.
Okay.
A patch.
Okay.
So those are the two times I ever did like a face.
Okay.
Actually, that looks like the person.
Yes.
So
yes.
I feel proud of that one.
Okay. And not just patches, but you have like hats down there. You have shirts.
I tried to dabble in everything. My main goal, because a lot of times when I first started, I wasn't doing all. I was doing T-shirts.
Yeah.
I was doing pins, T-shirts, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I want to keep that type of originality that I used to do.
Yeah.
As I go on my tables, because I don't sell them at like my website. So I do that. I do a lot of the work on the con scene.
Yeah.
With that, so it gives y'all a lot of those moments.
Yeah.
To see the other things I do, like buttons, I don't do them on a regular basis, so I do them at conventions, so y'all can have something else to look at.
Yeah.
That's the patches.
Okay. Okay.
And as we're now elevating and changing up a lot of the stuff.
Yeah.
A lot of time when I first started, none of my patches was iron on. I had the thing for it, I just never did it. And a lot of people kept on asking, are they iron on?
Yeah.
So I finally stepped up. I'm like, let's make it iron on. I'm changing up, making them packaged now.
Yeah.
So I'm doing a lot of things that try to help myself grow as I become more involved into being a vendor and a lot of these new cons I'm going to be doing.
How long have you been doing this so far?
I've been doing cons since 2021.
Okay.
And it's been one of those great moments because it says, every con is an experience and a learning curve for me, and it just gives me a chance to like also meet new people.
Yeah.
So I met a lot of other vendors that does amazing work that it makes me want to work even 10 times harder but I'm just built lazy a little bit. So like, it's like I want to work hard, but then I'm like my bed is so amazing. So like, you know, it's a balance.
But you still got out here and made it happen anyway.
Yes.
It's not about how you start, it's how you finish.
Yes, that's 100%. Like,
So since 2021, you've been a vendor.
Yes.
And doing this and making this
yes,
stuff.
this
And
is
are you all virtual, or do you have like a brick and mortar store?
virtual. Like I
All
do
virtual.
everything. I'm the only
And
person.
cons.
Yeah, that's the only thing I have right now. I do all the work myself.
Okay.
And that's the scary part.
Okay.
That's why it's another reason it's a little hard to do everything.
Okay.
I do say this. I will say this. I do have a team with that. I do all the patches by myself, but I have somebody to do the vector art for me.
Okay.
So to make that more clear, I don't
Okay.
want people to think I do like I do the vector art too.
Yeah.
No, I would never take that shine away from the artists I
Yeah.
go to. My man Gio, he does all the great vector art. So
Okay.
if you love the patches, you love his art.
Yeah.
That's how I look at it.
What city are you based out of?
New York City.
Oh, you're from New York City. What borough?
Brooklyn.
Brooklyn. Always Brooklyn. It's always Brooklyn.
It's crazy because that's the 5th time this week I heard you're from Brooklyn.
Most of the people I know from New York City are from Brooklyn.
It's like question New York.
Yes.
All right. What part? Brooklyn, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all right. I love Brooklyn. I
That's
love
funny.
Brooklyn.
After that movie, that was the thing in Brooklyn,
Yeah.
in New York. We were like,
Yeah.
we would ask that and go, ah. So like that was a big for us after that.
Now, are you on Instagram?
Yes.
Like, say your Instagram for everybody.
To be honest with you, every platform,
Yeah.
from Facebook to X, Instagram, all is K20 Customs.
K20 Customs.
All of it, even my shop is K20 Customs. Everything I use is gonna be that because I wanted to keep it something easier for people
Yeah.
to get find me.
Yeah.
I also fixed up the shop,
Yeah.
so it's easier to find the patches that you
Yeah.
want in the season you like.
Yeah.
So I made it a little more a version for them to
Yeah.
like get it.
Yeah.
So, and it's been helping out very well,
Yeah.
and it helps me know what season people like more.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry, it's not Lightspeed Rescue. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Well, that was going to be my last question. What aside from Mighty Morphin, what is your favorite Power Ranger season?
Wild Force.
Wild Force.
Wild Force.
Okay. Okay.
Wild Force
Okay.
is my favorite.
Okay.
And like it's funny because I say that, and everybody's like, "Isn't it because you know like Anna Marie, like Princess Shayla?"
Yeah.
And I was like, "No, I like Wild Force before I met her, and like she's a great friend of mine." And I'm
Yeah.
like, I love Wild Force before that,
Yeah.
but I'm still love it more. Like
Yeah. Yes.
it's not going to change.
Yes.
I can watch that season where as I'm working on patches and still know what's happening. That's amazing to
Yeah.
say. For Wild Force to have something like
Yeah.
I can watch it and
Yeah.
know when I'm like what's happening.
Yeah.
Without even
Yeah.
looking at it.
Yeah.
That's crazy enough
Okay.
for me.
Okay. Super Sentai.
It's been flipping. It's been flipping. I have
Like-
a tier list now.
Okay.
And Kyoja is now number 1. Tokuja is number 2.
Okay.
I like Kara Major. I say that proudly. Kara Major is shiny.
Yes.
I call it Shiny Show.
Yeah.
And I think it's the greatest reference to like if they ever want to come back and do a sequel to Zio. It's the best
Because of the gems.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's something so easy. It's right in front of our face. If they ever want to do it,
I love Kira Major because I'm a geologist.
so these two are just there, but they will always be in my heart as even though I have them at 4 and 5.
Yeah.
Jetman and Dire Ranger are just something I can always go to and watch. I love Kiba Ranger. I love my man from Jetman, Guy.
Yeah.
Guy. I love those two characters as
Okay.
from Jetman and Dire Ranger.
Okay. Okay.
So those are always gonna be 4 and 5.
Okay. Okay.
I just always like it always moves from those because I'm still watching different ones.
Yeah.
As I go.
Yeah.
Right now I'm doing Decker Ranger and Shinkindra.
Okay.
So
That's awesome. And yeah, see that this is what I'm talking about because we didn't know each other before this. Now we're going to be connected for life. because of this show. And yeah, exactly. And he knows his stuff. Oh yeah, yeah. I'm going to be buying a whole bunch of stuff from him in the future.
So do I cut my hand, get the blood, some in, we shake on it? The blood brothers, right? Ooh, yeah. Cream on the cream. You do that? I don't want it.
Yeah, and I was sure he picked these patches because last time I saw CJ, he had the Joe Rawlings jacket on, but he brought the titanium Richard jacket. I thought he picked the green one because of him today.
He just can't do it at PMC because everybody else had titanium. That's
But
what.
I mean, I rarely see people with titanium.
Yeah, that's true.
The other ones, I was like, well, about
Yeah, which is American original. Yes.
I mean, probably one of the dopest original, like, because it was like, I'm surprised Japan didn't like try to like ape it for like a movie or something like they did.
I'm
Like
sorry.
they did the SBD Battleizer thing.
So sorry. The show is called Go-Go 5.
He's a Sentai purist.
It's Go-Go 5.
No.
Not
I
Go-Go
feel you.
5i. With that
I
makes
feel
six.
you. I'm just saying it could have just been a special movie thing. You know, one movie, one-off movie.
Oh, you wanted them to do Deck of Gold and get killed in the beginning.
Yeah, that's all it is. That's all I need.
He wanted death scenes. That's what he wanted.
Yeah, you know, it's just like, yeah, there was a sixth one. Yes, it was. Here's the story, and then it's like, oh well, that was short-lived.
He was the lost brother of them. That's
Very
what it was.
short-lived.
Oh man.
But
That would have been funny.
I mean, but appreciate you being on here, man. I know you gotta get back to your table.
Yeah, I know.
Actually, where can they go to get your stuff, your material?
It's gonna right now. Right in here, I'm in the. I'm in the
here, but I
cave.
know you got other storefronts online.
Yeah, online, I'm everywhere that you want to be, because you can just hit me up and ask me if you for certain ones.
Yeah.
Because that's how you do. That's how people do custom. Like, say, I don't have every team, so I custom wise. If you have a fan series, I love working on fan series. If you have a fan series and you want me to make the patch for them, please, yes. I started off with that. That's like that's like my bloodline. I want to say that's like my bloodline for this. I started there. I want to continue on that. If I can support fan series and help them like get more known by doing that, yes, hit me up. I'm down for whatever. Patches on my shop are 18. A custom will be around the same, depending on the details on it, because it's a little harder to like. I've seen a lot of magical designs. I want to call it magical designs that even I think Power Rangers or Savant and Hasbro would have been like, we never thought of that. Like, but maybe Sentai. If you could put a tire on the head, Sentai could think of something else. That's crazy. But yeah, SE is my main way of like getting to me if you want to buy the regular stuff that I already make. But here, like, I have certain ones with me that I don't have in my shop. So that's a big record. I love having those. Like, I do have the Go-Go Losers. And this is the first con with them.
Oh wow!
So that's something I like, and the Red Isekai, because funny enough for that to be that just coming out, and so much that not a lot of people got a chance to look at it yet. I'm like, that's something I'm happy to like. Let's get that one known, because then we can get more of. If we're not gonna get Power Ranger stuff or like Sentai's that crazy, I would love anime.
Oh,
let's like do anime, do a cartoon show. And maybe if they see that that's the new wave right now that people are doing, maybe they'll go, let's do a cartoon. Let's have the studio work on something like that. The future is always bright. I hope Jin doesn't see this, because he's going to try to come at me for saying something like that. Or anybody from the Toku Titans. All right. He's going to throw that little sub in right there of the boys. Cool.
But we want to let you get back to your booth. So thank you for taking the time.
First off, I want to say thank you for even allowing me to be on your platform.
Oh no, it's good, man.
That's
more eyes
the
on the
main
product.
thing.
I mean,
you're a perfect example of what the impact that this show has had on the whole world and continues to have.
As fans of Sentai and Power Rangers and every other tokusatsu thing, it's an honor to have other people that love the same thing not just enjoy it but create other amazing things. So I hope that y'all get a chance to get the other amazing other creators that y'all have, not just here but every other one, because I can't wait to see those people on here too. Like, because the more people we get, the more we show people love on this. Oh my god! Because I think next year, I say Sentai and just took off is going to be mainstream. It's going to be mainstream.
You're celebrating 50 years.
It's gonna,
Yeah.
And it's crazy how it haven't been mainstream yet. Like, and when I say mainstream, I mean as in like it's
permeated
it's
itself
permeated
in the culture.
into conventions as a whole. Like, you're going to see somebody cosplay Rangers. Like, and I know we have them, and I'm not trying to take it back from all those people that amazing people that does cosplay, but I mean, like, I want a Marvel photo shoots. I want a DC photo shoots.
Yeah.
Like, it's official. Like, they try to come at us like, hey, you get a whole little dome for us. And I can't wait for that. That's something. That's the goal.
The day of reckoning.
Yeah, that's the day of reckoning. That's what it's gonna be. Because remember when anime got like real conventions changed.
Forget about it, man.
Hey,
there you go.
Like,
there you go.
convention changed right there. That's it.
There you go.
All right, cool.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So,
Did we lose Phil?
he'll be back.
Okay.
He'll be back. But no, that is kind of amazing. Like 50 years.
Yeah.
Like,
Can you imagine having a show
And, like,
on
that's-
for
and-
50 years straight?
I mean, we get it in America with CSI and all that stuff, but just like, I mean, you have Simpsons that's been kicking around for a long time.
Yeah. 30.
But just for something like, I mean, Sesame Street, another, but like Super Sentai Toku being around for 50 years is insane.
I am shocked that they were able to go that, not just that they were able to go that long, but to turn it out like a machine, something original every single year. New characters, new Rangers, new Zords. And of course, they call them mechas and whatnot, new villains. Nothing is alike.
I mean, because like you have the Super Sentai 50th anniversary, right?
Yeah.
But then you factor in like Ultraman.
Yeah.
You factor in like Kamen Rider.
Yeah.
You know, and even the Metal Hero stuff like Space Sheriff Gavin is celebrating their anniversary.
Yeah.
It's like all these things, and it's just like, wow, it's like a domino effect of just And you wish we can get that kind of stuff here in that kind of sort of like prestige way, you know?
Yeah. The Japanese are amazing. I don't know how they do it, but they love it, and I love how they love their products. They love their thing, and it is just it's now it's a tradition.
Oh yeah,
you know.
I mean,
it's a generational tradition. It's kind of like Star Trek for us. And I've told some of the Power Ranger actors this to their face, like Catherine Sutherland. I told her this is like our Star Trek.
It really is. I mean, our parents watched the OG series, and then, like, we grew up watching Next Generation,
Yeah,
Space
yeah,
Nine,
yeah,
and so on and so forth. I mean,
Yeah.
younger kids now, they have Brave New World,
Right.
all those shows. So it's like an iteration every year. And that's,
Right.
That's a good thing. That's how you get people in. So
Mhm.
I mean, 50 years of doing that. That's every generation.
Yes, sir.
Has an era, and
yes,
with them bringing out like some of the DVDs, like that brings more people into it. Like,
absolutely.
So
I wanted to share this story. A few months ago, I had a passenger. I'm a driver. I picked up a couple of Japanese fellas from the airport in LA, and we just started talking, and I asked if they were familiar with Super Sentai, and they were.
Yeah.
And I was asking, like, what's your favorite season and whatnot. He told me it was Magic Ranger, and he was shocked that I knew that much about Super Sentai. He said this is the first time he ever met an American that was that familiar with Super Sentai. You know, and it's just, you know, I'm here talking about the global impact and being able to relate to somebody in Japan like that. It feels great.
I mean, the beauty of being here at BlerDCon, is the fact that, like, when we look at Black culture, we absorb Power Rangers so much, like in a wide variety of ways and stuff. Like, all of us were dressed up yesterday, like everybody's like, oh my god, like they turn into a kid.
Oh yeah, it never gets old for me.
Yeah.
Never. You know, I could be 50, 60 years old, and that's still going to have a sense of wonder for me.
I mean, just even that, like just grown adults, like, oh my god, like you dressed up as,
Yeah.
it's like,
Yeah.
outta here.
Seeing how creative everybody is, and the custom rangers, and again, you know, bringing people together. I mean, one of the guys out there yesterday at the shoot he's an MMA fighter.
Yeah.
That's amazing. I would have never thought that MMA
Yeah, I mean
fighter
that's
otherwise.
but that's the thing. It's just like that diversity, and I think to your point, like you talking to the Japanese passenger,
Yeah.
him not knowing that is kind of like that preconceived notion, like, oh, it's Power Rangers.
Yeah.
They, but I think that also speaks to like the accessibility.
Yeah.
In terms of if you know somebody that's like, oh, we know about Magic Ranger because somebody back in the day put up all the episodes on YouTube before YouTube started cracking down.
Yes.
And that's how we were watching it.
Yeah. And also, talking about the generational thing, they're young.
Yeah.
He told me he grew up with Magic Ranger.
See, that's even crazier.
Yeah.
Even more crazier. Because there's, what's funny? There was a guy, he saw my SPD outfit.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, oh, I was a kid when SPD came out. And I was like, dear God, I feel old.
Right.
I was in the military when SPD came out. So when he said that, I was like, I feel old, bro. Like you can't throw that on me, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like just
one of my buddies, shout out to Trent back in Sacramento. I cosplay. He's a Red Ranger and Gold Ranger cosplayer. He told me that he grew up with Dino Thunder.
See, that's another one. It's that Disney era. You get somebody that I was a kid when it's like,
and just the ramifications of that when you hear that. It doesn't look like it when we're standing together cosplaying because we look about the same age, but he's like way younger than me.
And see, that's the thing. It's just like you would never know. And then, because every era has somebody that's like that was a kid.
Yeah.
I think the Disney era was that era where a lot of people jumped into it because Disney owned it. So that's an IP.
Yes.
With a mega corporation behind it.
Yes.
So now it's in front of everybody's eyes. So when I hear that.
Yeah.
Even to the degree people saying, oh, I love Jungle Fury. I'm like,
yes.
All right. Yeah. That's it makes you kind of it puts you in a different headspace in a good way. But it's like, all right.
Like again, going back to the whole Star Trek thing, it's the generational thing because some people will say, oh, well, I grew up with the Next Generation. Like that's my show.
Yeah.
Or they say I grew up with Voyager. That's my show. Like Voyager was mine. Because I was a kid when Voyager was on
I was
the air.
like in that middle gap of like Next Generations I watched. But Deep Space Nine really appealed to me more so. Plus the movies. So it was kind of like, all right.
Yeah. My oldest sister is like 17 years older than me. So she watched the originals, even though she was born after, she watched all the reruns and whatnot. Yeah. So she was into the original series, the Next Generation. She got me into the Next Generation, but I started watching Voyager first. So that was like my show that I got everybody else into. So again, generational thing. But I just, instead of being God-smacked and culture shock when someone tells me that they grew up with Dino Thunder, I just learned to embrace because we're all part of the same family. It's just
we are
different generations.
We definitely are. On the cosplay front, sir.
Yes, sir.
I know obviously you got Zeo Blue, MMPR Blue. Are you dipping a toe into anything new, or are you still kind of like figuring something out on that?
I have been working on Gold Ranger for a while now. That's been I put that on hiatus, but I have been working on it. In the future, God willing.
Zeo Gold or like
Zeo Gold.
Oh.
See, and then I have to specify which gold now.
Yeah,
it used to be just one gold.
Now it's like, all right, it's like about 5, maybe 6. Which one?
Like back in my day, there was just one gold. Now there's like what 3, 4 Gold Rangers.
Yeah, Zeo Gold. You have
Samurai and
Gold. You have Dino Fury Gold.
Yeah.
Oh, and Ninja Steel.
That's right.
And Dino Charge.
Dino Charge. Yes, and that's too many Gold Rangers
right there. That's how it is. Well, technically, you also RPM.
Yes.
Yeah, RPM Gold. So it's about 6, 7. Yeah, kicking around. It's.
It used to be special to have the title of Gold Ranger.
They're gonna run the full gamut of literal colors at this point.
Yes.
Because we obviously Dino Charge had purple, and was it about to say gray. silver. Like they've hit the rainbow at this point. So it's like at this point, why not? Like,
Yeah, just ran out of colors, basically.
I mean,
Yeah.
so you're doing Ziogo. That's on the deck. How
Yes,
long
sir.
you been kind of like bubbling on that for?
It's a work because I have to get all the pieces together. You know, it's
So the
that's-
shield and the suit.
That's one of the challenges of cosplay is finding the right vendor for you,
Yeah.
and sometimes you can't get the whole thing out of one vendor.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's too expensive out of one
I've
vendor.
said that to a lot of people. I said piecemeal it out. Just figure it out as you go.
Yeah.
It's the best way to go.
Yeah, I think some of them actually have forgotten about me because I put those deposits in a long time ago. But eventually,
Please tell me it's not Nikki. Please
no.
Okay, but it's like no. Oh God, no.
Actually, I went through like 3 different vendors. I went to a vendor for a helmet, for
All
the bodysuit, for the shield.
Okay.
So that's kind of why it's scattered about the universe.
See, I
but-
do one at a time, like the SBB one. Like
Yeah.
I literally did that one at a time. 'Cause I
Yeah.
didn't want to put myself in a position to where I had to juggle.
Yes.
So I was like, well, let me get the helmet first.
Yes.
And once the helmet came out, I was like, all right, bodysuit next.
Yes.
And
Yes.
then
Yeah.
boots.
Yeah.
Thankfully, the place I got the bodysuit and the boots, it was like combo. So I was like, all right,
Mhm,
cool.
mhm.
Gloves I already had because I just reused them from another suit
Yeah.
I had. And then it was just the cuffs.
Yeah.
And the belt.
Yeah.
And then the vest, and that was it. So that was like, all right, one at a time. I don't
Yeah.
want to like,
Yeah.
deal with that.
Yeah.
So it's. I'm not gonna say it's stressful, but it is. You have to do a lot of planning.
Well, I'll say it like this, and I'm going to compare this to if anybody has ever heard of Dapper Day at Disneyland, it's dress up. You know what I mean? And it's like you were saying, it's a little bit of a pain to get everything
You
together.
can't do this last minute, by the way. It's
Even-
like there's no way to do last minute on this because it's like it's more stressful on that end.
Even when you're getting dressed, and I was thinking about this yesterday because it's not just the suit, because underneath I have to put on a jock strap, compression shorts, a cup, the Under
Compression shirt,
Armour,
yeah.
the hood,
the hood, yeah,
and guard, and I have to remember all of that before I put my bodysuit on. And I just, it dawned on me like how much effort it takes, to do it right. But then once you get it all together, it just feels you have the sense of accomplishment.
Yeah,
once it's done, that's what it's really all about. Because it's the attention to detail. That's that's what cosplayers live for.
I mean, it's the ease of use. I mean, the thing of it is about this whole thing being mainstream. I mean, it would be dope. Cause I always said, and it's like not a knock on anybody. It's like I love MMPR, but it's like when I go to like Power Morphicon, it's nice to see like the diversity of other seasons
absolutely.
being represented
Yeah,
so
yeah,
much,
yeah.
even on the Sentai and on Power Rangers
Yeah,
side.
yeah.
It's like I want that for the mainstream. Like,
Yeah.
I can go to San Diego and it's like a ton of people. Somebody might be dressed up as RPM or dressed up as Light Speed, something.
Yeah.
Kind of like, oh shit, we can actually do this.
Yes. Yeah. Power Morphicon was my first con. And when I started,
because you were there last year, right?
Yes, I was.
Yeah, I was there with you. That was my second time.
That was your second time?
Second time. I went way back in 2006 because I was living out in California.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
so
I
you went to the first one.
So I went to the very first one.
That's the only Power Morphicon I missed because I didn't know about it till after.
Yeah, the only
Yeah.
reason why I knew I was on Ranger Board heavy at the time, so it was like I heard about it, and then I ended up just driving down.
Yeah.
There, 'cause I was living out in Sacramento, so I was
Okay.
like, well, took the 4.5 hour drive, and I
Yeah.
just drove straight down there. And I mean, it was fun.
Somehow I stumbled across the video on YouTube and just happened to see it. They had a convention for Power Rangers that I didn't know about it, and I was pissed that I missed that.
I mean, because last year it was great seeing like everybody there, even including the Japanese guests. Like
Yeah.
it was, but just for me seeing some of the people in the Super Sentai like civilian stuff was just like
Yeah.
I want to do that.
Yeah.
Because that was just one of those things where it's like for me, I want to actually do a little bit of civilian stuff. 'Cause
Yeah.
it's like I think those are a little bit more unique and
Yeah.
cost effective.
Yes.
In a way, so why
Yeah.
not?
Speaking of civilian, I want to share this, and you probably seen me post this a couple of times on my Instagram. I have a team back at home. I'm from LA that I cosplay with. Most of them live in Northern California. I'm in
Okay.
Southern California. And again, we didn't know each other before, most of us, before Power Morphicon 2016.
Okay. All right.
I came in blue. Some of them came yellow, black. Some came red. Some came pink or whatnot. We met at the con, and we just happened to have the right colors for the same team. We made a team, and we have been
There you
friends
go.
ever since. And after that Power Morphicon, we decided we wanted to do a civilian cosplay together.
Yeah.
And it still seems like yesterday, but it was almost 10 years ago. That's the only time we did like the full civilian cosplay, but that's still today one of my favorite shoots, because even more so than the actual bodysuits, because of the creativity that went into it.
Yeah.
Because we didn't know what each other was going to bring. We just, Red Ranger wears red, Black Ranger wears black,
And you
yellow,
just figure it out
and
from
so
there.
forth. And you see, I'm wearing what I put together for that.
Yeah.
Then,
But I mean, it looks like something that the actor will wear in the
yeah,
show.
I was bent on getting it right. I actually I Googled the picture from season 1 for Billy Cranston, and everything down to the shoes, the flannel shirt, the solid, everything.
but that's the beauty of it.
Yeah, yeah. And to our surprise, we got 4 out of 6 of us picked something flannel.
Yeah.
So it was like the flannel shoe
I mean,
for 90.
But I mean, that's the thing. It's like going
Yeah.
civilian. Like even wearing
Yeah.
this, like amount of people that's like, oh my god.
Yeah.
First off, they'll be like, because you can wear this as a regular jacket.
Oh, absolutely.
Like,
Yeah.
if I take the patches off and just
Yeah.
wear it, it's like everybody's
Yeah.
like, it's a nice jacket, but like just having the patches on and people see it, it's like, is that Lightspeed Rescue?
Mhm.
Oh my god, I need to. And I think, and I interviewed Sentai Jackets at Power Morphicon.
Yeah.
Like that was their whole mission statement, was like, these are jackets that we watched on the show. We was like, I want that.
Yes. Yes.
And that's really kind of the thing, is like you're
Yeah.
making something that people can just wear.
Yeah.
normal.
Yeah. Let me talk about that for a second, because I just happened to walk by when you all were doing that with I think I was with Trent that day. And there are certain seasons where their civilian uniforms or clothes are just really, really dope. And Lightspeed Rescue was one
Oh,
of
yeah.
those seasons.
I mean,
like
that's-
In Space is another one, but I always love Lightspeed Rescue's jacket. We walked by and there was like this whole tape. I was doing a live stream about something else, and I walked by and we saw this whole squad of Lightspeed Rescue Rangers with the jacket, and they just walked. So we just followed in line, followed them outside. Someone brought the music, that the boom box playing the Lightspeed Rescue theme, and it was one of those moments. It was just awesome. And again, talking about bringing people together.
I mean, that's what it is.
And dozens of people from around the world coming to Power Morphicon for that, and doing a shoot on the stairs.
I mean, I think that's the other thing too, is just like going to that convention and seeing people from Australia there.
Yes.
New Zealand, Japan, just every UK.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
I mean, I've gone to San Diego, and obviously you get people from around the world that comes there.
Yeah.
But to go to Power Morphicon and see that concentrated there, like that blew my mind. Like just hanging out with some people that were from the UK.
Yeah.
and there, it's just like
Yeah.
it's crazy.
Yeah. My first Power Morphicon was in 2010, and that I remember that day I met someone from Denmark.
Wow.
Ollie, and I was blown away. He came that far, and he was cosplaying. He was.
It's a lot, man.
Yes.
I had to bring
Yes,
like I had my Green Ranger cosplay and like packing that up and everything. It's just like I gotta imagine having to do that
Through
Some of the cosplay
customs.
that was there.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah. That's dedication. And he's unfortunately retired from
Oh,
coming
man.
over, because he did everyone that I was at from 2010 to 2018. I think 2018 was his last one.
Okay, wow.
And he told me that, because he said it was just too much.
I mean, 'cause
the cost to bring it over.
It costs a lot. I mean, I have to imagine. I mean, for me, going there wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
It was less expensive for me to go to Power Morphicon than San Diego. So I was like, you know what? I go to Power Morphicon. I wanted to go.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go.
Yeah.
I don't want to make any more excuses, because you never know.
Yeah.
It's just one of those situations. So now it's like, all right, you know what? I went.
Yeah.
I may go.
Yes.
Next year.
Yeah.
That might be the thing. I might do that. And
Yeah.
it's. I want to put it this way, for us doing that photo shoot last year and this year at BlerDCon, I want that to be the mainstay.
Yes. Yeah,
Just
not
to
just that
get more.
not just at Power Morphicon, but at every con.
Oh
So
no,
feel
we
like this-
we need that.
Yeah, to feel that there's a whole contingent at
Oh, yeah.
every con for Super Sentai, Power Rangers, for Tokusatsu in general.
No, I'm making
Yeah.
sure everybody knows, hey, if you're trying to participate next year, get your stuff prepared now.
Yeah.
If you want to know where, holler at one of us. We'll definitely put you on the path.
Yes.
But like I said, it's I'm not even a professional cosplayer. That's the weird part about it. It's like it's weird. Like you're more the professional Power Ranger cosplayer than me. So it's like for me, like
I mean, I'd look at you as professional, more professional than me, personally. You know, he's very humble, and you know,
I try. Like this, but there are better people than me that's done it longer. So for me, it's just like, all right, I'm just cool. Like I have a vision and I go for it, and it's like, all right, cool.
Like he's very polished. I mean, look at he went down to the morpher.
This is my old toy one that I got back in the day, so it's still broken.
Wow. Oh, I didn't know it's a rubber bands.
Rubber bands holding it together.
Oh my
This
gosh.
this how dedicated I was. I
Yeah.
didn't want to buy a new one, so I was like, you know what? I'll use this one.
Yes.
I might buy a 3D one.
Yeah.
But I was like, no, look, this
Yes.
is my child over there.
Yes. Yes.
Paid money at Toys R Us and they just
Right.
so,
Right.
I
At
mean,
Toys R Us, y'all. Toys R Us. I bought this at Toys R Us as well. People are now geeking out about things bought at Toys R Us now.
Here's the thing. Okay, people don't know about this, so this is the Bandai one. Now, this will be good for cosplaying, but the problem is because the weight of this, it's not good for the belt.
It destroys my belt.
The Lightning Collection one is the better one. So I have this one. It's stored off. I use the Lightning Collection one as the one to walk around. Now, the Lightning Collection one is this size. It's just not chrome and heavy.
It's
still
lighter.
good, though.
Okay.
I like it, though.
Okay.
But
Okay.
no, this one is definitely the one that's like,
Yeah.
you got to put out there to show off.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's worth the money, man. It is so worth the money.
I was telling the repair lady downstairs that eventually I'm going to retire this and the Blade Blaster from my cosplay. Not just because of the weight, but because they don't make these anymore. You know, and you know, I've already had enough. Like,
see, I had my '93 Blade Blaster that I painted green for the like custom Green Ranger one that I wore. I did that for a couple of conventions.
Yes.
Before I got to Sword of Darkness, but I was
Yeah.
like, everybody was like, "Oh, is that the?" I was like, "Yeah, it's like the '93 one."
Right.
You know, I mean, because you can get those pretty cheap now.
Yeah.
You know, before it was like $200 for it. It was like ridiculous, but nah, like it's yeah. But yeah, I mean, do you have any of your old toys?
You know, the only toys I got when I was a kid for Power Rangers were the video games. That's all I got.
Yeah, I still got mine.
Yeah, I didn't get very many of them.
Yeah, I think when
Yeah.
high school came out, I actually had the money to buy this. I never had the old Morpher, but I did have the Dragon Dagger. I got that for my birthday.
I did get for Halloween, 1996.
Yeah.
Blue Zeo.
Okay.
That's another reason why I cosplay it, because it was actually a good costume.
Okay.
The only thing was I had the cheap plastic stretch on, with the rubber band in the back mask that I always hated because it just seemed so cheap.
I mean, we were in the gutter back in the day with Power Ranger costumes because it's just like whatever company made it. That's what you got.
Yes.
So it's better. It's better now with access to things now to where it's like you can get. I mean, granted, I wish that they actually finished out the line, like the Lightning Collection line, because they don't have yellow and blue, black are the only two they don't got. They got pink, blue, red, green, and Dracon and white.
Is that line dead now?
Oh, it's dead, but I mean, you can still buy it. You know, GameStop that are shut down probably got helmets still.
That sucks.
One size fits all helmets.
I wonder why they didn't finish.
I mean, they didn't finish the weapons. I got the red sword. You know, I got the fucking deck.
Yeah. Yeah.
But anyways, I mean, you got any lasting?
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
On Instagram, what is the most like random country you've heard from? Like as far as like commenting or giving you props or reactions to your pictures?
Indonesia.
Yes. Okay.
Indonesia.
Okay.
Indonesia has a huge Toku base, from what I heard.
I didn't know that either.
Yeah, they have a Toku base.
Yeah.
Pretty big.
Yeah. Russia for me.
Really? Like legit Russia?
Yeah,
like
I have a fan in Russia. Yeah.
I mean, that's
yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Commented, like reacted to my stuff from yesterday.
Like you can actually translate the comment.
Yeah, and he cosplays. He cosplays as Black Ranger in Russia.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what I mean about bringing the
he
world
goes
together.
to probably the UK, like Ranger conventions, possibly.
And I really wonder about that because of what's going on between our two countries. If he's able to get
know,
out,
like, does Russia have a fandom over there that's like
he put together his own team.
Shit.
Yeah, he put together a team. I think he got all 6 colors.
You need to show me who his page
Yeah,
is.
when we're done, I'm gonna show you his page. But I'm impressed.
I need to see this because
We've
like I
had-
said, I'm fascinated with other countries like
Yes.
really like jumping on the fandom and stuff.
Yes.
Like I said, Indonesia, their rider fandom is where it's like really big. more than anything else.
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah.
man.
Yeah.
But appreciate everybody that's watching this. Yeah, this definitely, if you come into BlerDCon next year, we're definitely gonna get another Ranger photo op going on. So time is now. If you're doing any Rangers or anything like that, hit one of us up or hit anybody else up, ask questions, and we'll definitely point you in the right direction.
Definitely.
And
Be glad to.
yeah.
Yeah.
So, that's it. Peace out, y'all.
Thanks for watching.
Thanks.
Man, oh man, oh man. You know, I have been doing this for 8 years, and every now and then lightning strikes, right? Where the right group of people come together with the right intent at the right time. And I've had the opportunity to meet some fantastic individuals that you just saw in the video, Mr. Jason Johnson and Ms. Joy Reid, who are amazing journalists, commentators, political minds, and just all around great human beings. So the opportunity to have both of them on this stage here as black nerds, self-identified, and a black nerd mom, self-identified, so happy to have them here. I want you to first, I'm going to introduce my good friend, Jason Johnson from MSNBC. He's going to be our interviewer today. Yes, I might need one of them Kamoyo beads after tonight. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, microphones.
Thank you. Okay, sorry. I'm all excited about bringing out Joy. Hello, everybody. Very excited to be here. Thank you so very much. This has been a long time coming. I just want to say this up front. Joy is a friend, Joy is a colleague, Joy is a mentor, and every time she would see my Instagrams about being at BlerDCon or Comic-Con, she's like, I want to go. Would they let me in? I'm like, yes, you talk about this stuff all the time. You have fans. So let's bring her right out. Give her a huge round of applause for Joy Reid.
What's up, Blerd?
So, we're going to talk a bit, and I know you guys have a million questions, so we're just going to do a little bit we're going to talk for a couple minutes, then do Q&As. The only thing I ask, and I say this every single time I moderate a panel, remember, there's a difference between a question and a comment. So please try and make it a question. We'll definitely get into the commentary. So first off, Joy, you got here, you brought Jason, your wonderful husband. This is your first time at BlerDCon. Just walking through the building, just what's your first impression?
I took so much video, first of all. So if y'all show up on my Instagram, I'm sorry I didn't get everybody's permission. This is so great. I love this so much. I love it. This is like, I finally found my home country. It's like I finally found my people. My people are here. And I love it. I mean, my kids are going to be so jealous because we've got 3 who love anime. They love cosplay. They love going to Comic-Con. You know, I've been to all of them. I've been to Star Trek Con. I've been to Comic-Con, but I've not been to BlerDCon. This is bomb. I love it.
Awesome. This is awesome.
This is
all
where I
you
belong.
guys. So everybody's been watching the clips that we sort of put together. And here's the thing. When they were like, oh, well, what kind of video do you want? I was like, I literally just typed in Joy's name and Game of Thrones, right? And just gave them a bunch of different clips. Start with just a little bit of your Blerd journey. Like, what was the first thing that you saw as a kid? Was it Star Trek? What was the first thing you saw? You were like, oh, this is cool. Like, yeah. I want to do this. I want to talk about this in my journalism.
And first of all, I didn't even mention that I did wear my sort of modified Dora Milaje look today, so I just wanted to say that I did my best. I didn't have a full cosplay look, but I said this is as close to Dora Milaje. But it's like Dora Milaje mixed with Delta Sigma Theta. I kind of made them go together.
Yes, and links.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, absolutely. And the pants are something, but I haven't figured out I'm going to figure out what my character is before I leave here today. It was definitely Star Trek. Mm-hmm. Like, I, grew up, and original Star Trek. Apologies to anybody that likes all the newer versions, but I'm a Captain Kirk, that era. Mr. Spock, Captain Kirk, that era, right? And what I loved about Star Trek was, first of all, there was a black woman that was, you didn't really see too many black women, on TV shows back then. It was like I Dream of Jeannie, the stuff that we were watching Gilligan's Island. Like, we weren't present, but all of a sudden on the Starship Enterprise, we weren't just present, we were in charge of communications.
Right.
And this was very important, and and I was just captivated by that group of people and those adventures and those stories. And I think that was sort of my first really big Blerd experience, was definitely Star Trek.
Okay. Now,
and I could be Uhura. The great thing about it is that I could actually be somebody on that, right? If I'm watching Charlie's Angels or something, to be that, I had to get a towel and put it on my head and try to be Farrah Fawcett. I didn't have the ability, but with the Enterprise, Uhura already looked like me.
And it was this idea of like, this is something we could aspire to, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's the future. It's like, okay, the future, they're actually going to like hire black people to do things, which would be nice. It's a different kind of black job in the future. So one of the things that I love about being on the air with Joy is that she does a sort of a healthy, organic integration of her blerdom into what she talks about. So we played this clip. Talk a little bit about like how, as somebody who does journalism and talks a lot about politics, what you see in a show like Handmaid's Tale, what you see in a show like Game of Thrones, like why do those things occur? And I can tell you guys this, that stuff's not always scripted. Like Joy, it's off the top, it's off the dome. It's not like pre-made. What makes that stuff occur to you when you're thinking about politics?
I think because, I'm Gen X, so we kind of are self-raised. We're the feral generation. Nobody was home. Like, we had a key around our neck, and we had to get in the house. And so the TV, was one of the people who raised me. I was a TV kid. I loved TV. I always loved it and spent so much time watching. I would do my homework in front of the TV. You know what I mean? And so those references are just ingrained in the way I think about things. Like Lord of the Rings. I don't know if any Lord of the Rings fans out there. But I probably reference Lord of the Rings 3 or 4 times a day on our show calls because I see the analogies in these shows and in these, fictional universes that actually apply to today. And so, for instance, the Game of Thrones clip you played, as I'm reading through this insane Supreme Court decision saying that the president is effectively a king, is the king of the United States. I'm reading it, and all I can see is the hand of the king.
Right.
I'm like, oh, these guys believe that if they let him be king, they'll really have power. And that's what the hand of the king is this power-hungry side guy who's like, I'm really in charge because this dude is too insane or too young or too stupid to stop me. And I really feel that John Roberts has the ego to believe that he could control a Donald Trump if Donald Trump had absolute power. He thinks that the courts are what would rein that kind of power in. That's insane. But that's the conceit that I think really great writers of fiction, especially of like fantasy fiction, really get the human condition. And so it is the best references, and it's the references that are already in my head.
So one of the other beautiful things is that we've had sort of an explosion, somewhat slowed down by the pandemic and the justifiable writers and actors strike. I always want to point that out, justifiable writers and actors strike. We've had sort of an explosion of like creative science fiction and fantasy with black folks. I want to talk a little bit about a show that I've had mixed feelings about, but that you love, called Watchmen. Now,
we gonna fight now if you're gonna say don't disparage Watchmen.
We have a practical experience with this because Joy and our mutual friend Tiffany Cross has covered the families that are still trying to get justice for what happened in Tulsa, which is what started off on Watchmen. Talk a little about why that show was so important, because it ended up informing a lot of America that didn't even know that story, but also the story of black people as heroes saving this country. Why'd that resonate so much with you?
Well, first of all, it is amazing to me how many people, number one, thought the opening scene in Watchmen was fiction.
Yeah.
And didn't realize that there really were military planes bombing Tulsa. Like, that actually happened. And that massacre was real. And it was the first time I'd actually seen a historical event in the United States that involved black people actually portrayed accurately.
Right.
And many people learned about the Tulsa Race Massacre from Watchmen. So that's the first reason it was important. It was informative as a piece of historical, semi-fiction. But then the way that they treated the idea of the superhero, I think, is one of the things. A lot of people in the LGBTQ community say the same thing about their community, that they see in superheroes the ways in which we have to hide ourselves in order to survive in a society that hates us. and that undermines us, and the costumes we have to put on in order to be able to thrive and to save our communities, right? Black folks are constantly in the process of saving people. We're constantly saving America. We have to come out and vote in certain ways, and we're concentrated in certain districts where we've got to carry Michigan, we've got to carry, Wisconsin.
Georgia,
We've got to carry
Virginia.
Georgia. Fulton County's got to. We have to move even way outside our numbers. We're not anywhere close to a majority. We're actually one of the smaller minorities. Latinos are a larger minority than we are at this point. But we carry such an extra burden because we also carry the soul of this country, because the original sin was us.
Right.
And we're the sin that America can't get past. And so to me, we just amplify. The superhero kind of is us. Like, we are America's, we're the ones who are the Clark Kent that has to put on the Superman cape. Like, that's who we are. So I've always felt that, like, they may not write them all for us. Some of them are. Like, I think Flash was actually Green Lantern was originally black.
Well, he was originally white, but the one that we acknowledge is the black one. So.
Right.
Just be honest.
Right, but it's like we don't always get, like, they kind of whiten them up a little bit, but I feel like we are America's superheroes, so it works.
It's amazing. So I don't know how many of you guys have heard of this amazing best-selling book that Joy just wrote called Megger and Merle. Okay, we have some people who recognize that book. One of the things I really enjoyed about that book, and I've seen Joy speak about it before, and I've read the book, I had her on my podcast, A Word, where we talked about it, is the sort of idea that civil rights activists and organizers were also American superheroes. Right? They're not mythological. It's not Paul Bunyan. It's not Johnny Appleseed. These were actual heroes who faced death, sometimes didn't get past it in order to make this country safe. Tell us a little bit about, like, Medgar and Merle as heroes. Like, how would you, what was their superpower, and why were they such amazing heroes that you wanted to write this great book about them?
No, absolutely, and in every way, right? I mean, you have Medgar Evers, who literally is a hero in World War II, and people didn't even necessarily know that, he's there, during some of the most epic battles in World War II. He's there, He's at Normandy. He's just in the transportation corps, so nobody writes about it. All those stories about Normandy eliminate the black folks who were there taking the same risks. But he comes home and he says, I'm not going to stand for second-class citizenship when I just risk my life for my country. That's heroic. Just the idea of wanting to vote in the state of Mississippi in the 1950s was heroic, because you could get lynched for that, just for wanting to vote. For speaking wrong to a white person, you could get lynched. And he knew that, and he grew up just with an attitude. And I think one of the other things that makes superheroes unique is that anybody will see something wrong happening. You'll see someone being harmed, but it's a small minority of people who will actually do something about it. So people who are willing to do something already stand out, right? So that already makes them heroic. And then I think for him, the idea that as such a young man in his 20s and 30s, he was willing to risk death. He was willing to risk being, killed by the Klan. He was #1 on their hit list. And he was that for all of the time that Merle Evers was married to him and was with him, which was only 11 years. And so from her point of view, I think she's also super heroic, because this is someone who just wanted to marry an insurance salesman. She was like, can't you just sell insurance? But she bought in ultimately to the idea that her husband was a superhero. Because what would it mean, like, if you woke up one morning, you found out that your significant other, like, is Batman? You know what I mean? You didn't know. And then you find out, and you're like, well, how do you deal with that, right? Because now you're taking the risk of being, Batman's, significant other. And she woke up and found out her man is Batman and had to deal with it. And so the fact that she was able to carry him in many ways and be his full partner, and then after he was assassinated, carry that for 30 more years in order to make sure that his assassin faced justice, she's a superhero too.
I like that. I like that. So we are in an election year, and I know there's going to be tons of questions about this. We're in an election year, and it's been crazy. It's been crazy. We don't have enough Clark Kents and Peter Parkers out there actually just reporting direct news. We wish that was the case. And a lot of people, especially like when I talk to Gen Z folks, like your kids and my students and everything else like that, they're frustrated. They don't see any hope. They're oh my gosh, why should I bother? I'm so upset. You talk about Medgar and Merle as heroes from the past, even though Merle Evers is still alive. Who are some heroes today? Who are some people that when you think that you've sat down and interviewed, you're like, oh my gosh, this person's amazing. Or, man, I wish more people knew about this person, because there are still heroes today. We don't have to go back 50 or 60 years, and there's people fighting for things that we care about today.
Justin Jones, Justin Pearson, Gloria Johnson in Tennessee. I mean, look at the risks that they're taking in a state like Tennessee that people are like, no one can do that.
Right.
But they're doing it. I mean, there are people like them. Ayanna Presley, who is an incredible member of Congress. Our sister from Texas, Masoro.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I always forget, because I see her face, I just think bad-built something body. Yeah.
Bleach blonde, bad-built, butch body. I mean, you have people like AOC is. I mean, you have people who are fighting back. I think at this point, if you're fighting back, you're heroic.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So I know we're going to have a ton of questions and follow-ups to them. So if you have a question, do we have microphones out there? Do we? Okay, I don't know if we have microphones out there. So I'm going to stand so I can see a bit, and I'm going to look out into the audience. First question right here, and I'm going to try and get to as many of you as possible. So just sit down, and we'll get to you after I have the first person. Yes, here we go. Come on up. There we go.
Follow up to what you just said about heroes coming out. Like recently, I've noticed I'm on social media, and I'm looking at the narrative about how Biden should drop out, and we are seeing who is saying it. But I've noticed the everyday voter is pushing back. Like, you know, me, my friends, a lot of other people like, who is saying this, and why are you telling us how we should do things when you don't have a plan B? So my question to you is...
Oh, no, they don't like the Plan B because America built a Plan B into the Constitution. It's called the Vice President of the United States. They don't like it, but she already the Plan B. Plan B already there.
There you go.
So my question to you is, do you think that since the reaction to these folks is everyday people, do you think that we're coming out to be the superheroes of the hour?
Yes, I think there's a thing, unfortunately, about our profession, about the media, is that there's a certain arrogance that's developed when you think that you're smarter than the average person. And sometimes we need to listen to the average person. I'm gonna be honest with you, when I watched that debate, I was horrified. I was very worried about Joe Biden. I was like, what is going on with this man? He does not look well. This is scary. Okay? And I think everyone had the same reaction, and I'm not gonna ever gaslight my audience. I'm gonna be honest and say, and I didn't even give my opinion. When we got on afterwards, I said, listen, this is the reaction in my phone. It was terror, fear, panic, and that was all, everyone, whether it was civilians or professional Democrats, they were in my phone freaking out. And I get it, because it's terrifying. Here's the problem. When we finally got the opportunity to hear what regular folks thought about it, within the next couple of days, a lot of the focus group info came out, a lot of polling came out, and all of a sudden regular people got to weigh in, and they were much more bothered by Trump's lies. And so you have this disconnect between the media and the professional Democrats who are all still freaking out literally 2 weeks later. And I'm like, that was 2 weeks ago. News cycles generally are like a day, especially in Trump language. News cycles are like 30 minutes. 30 minutes after he's talking about sharks and electrocution, people have moved on. So how come, Biden was fine at the Waffle House 30 minutes later? Why are we still talking about this? So my thing is, I'm gonna go where the people are, because the reality is the professionals are still mad but also there is a certain desire for obedience. You have media smart people, you have donors, you have professional Dems, people who are strategists, people who, helped Bill Clinton get elected. And at this point, they're demanding obedience. But the problem is you're demanding obedience from the President of the United States. And he does not have to obey you. And the rules of the Democratic Party say that if he does not want to leave the ticket, he doesn't have to. There's nothing you can do to make him go. So what I want to do is go Lord of the Rings on you right now. Now is the time when we are either going to quit or fight. That little Frodo, that big. He got to get to Mordor. He got that ring. He got a dwarf friend. He got a wizard. Okay? He has no magical powers, and he's that big. What are you going to do? Men of the West, what are you going to do? I believe in reality, okay? I worked on a few campaigns. I have a bit of an advantage in that I know the other side. And so if Latasha Brown and Cliff Albright from Black Voters Matter don't tell me this can't be won, I will not believe it cannot be won. When they tell me it can't be won, because they actually turn out voters. People who write op-eds do not turn out voters. And so if you tell me in July that the race is over, then why are we having an election? Why bother? Tell everybody to go home and don't bother to do GOTV because y'all saying it doesn't matter because y'all looked at the data and Nate Silver said it's over. So, okay, thanks, Nate Silver. We'll just skip the election. No. What we need to do is ignore all the chatter of what people are saying in the op-eds. I don't care what the New York Times says. I care what you all say. I care what voters say. And voters haven't said not a damn thing because it ain't election time yet. So what's going to happen is between now and November 5th, 1,000 different news cycles are going to happen. 1,000 different things are going to happen. Good, bad, or indifferent. We don't know how that's going to impact the vote. But what I do know is that we can control whether we vote. We can control whether our families and friends vote. We can inform them about the dangers of Project 2025 and all these terrifying, villainous things that are being threatened upon us. We know we're going to be impacted more. And so we need to take control of what happens in November and stop letting people tell you what's going to happen and threaten the president as to what's going to happen. If that is who we got, let's drag that man across that finish line. He ain't perfect. I got issues with him too. But just tell me, who is it that I got to vote for to keep the devil out of Washington? Who? That guy? I'm with it. Let's do it.
Yeah.
And by the way, and the last thing I'm going to say, and don't let anybody fool you. I understand the rules. I had somebody actually send me the rules, and I spoke with somebody who actually sits on the rules committee of the DNC. Here's how it goes. On July 21st, tell all your friends when you go home, there's going to be a virtual vote that's going to determine who has the delegates. Joe Biden's going into that vote with about 3,900 pledged delegates, about 700 unpledged, people who voted non-committed, who are uncommitted delegates. If he walks away after July 21st with 1,976, 1976, if he's got that many delegates, he's the nominee. Then he gets to decide if he stays the nominee or passes it along. The only other option that is realistic and fair, because that's the only other person that's been on a single ballot in this election, is the Vice President of the United States. And if it ain't her and it ain't him, nobody that comes out of that process will win. It's him or it's her, but right now it's him and her. If you love her, she already on the ballot. Just vote. Ignore all the bullshit and just vote.
You have the microphone? Next, we'll go to the woman here. Right. Okay. Yes, the woman in glasses. Thank you. And try and line up in the aisles, too. That might make it easier for us to sort of get to the microphone.
Hi, Joy.
Hey.
I'm Alex. Pleasure. I was taking an awe moment. Sorry. First off, thanks for giving everybody a civics lesson. But I know you said no commentary. So I'm a teacher, and you're a blerd mom, and I want you to talk about how you educate your children to be more aware of what's going on around them politically, social engagement, and how that connects to blerd activism and fandom activism. And I think, can you speak a little bit more about, obviously I know I see your brain, but what you read, what you watch, like how does that impact your daily decisions as you're educating the masses, even right now? And how can we be more engaged and more aware about how we educate future generations? I'm a millennial, I'm fed up, but I also know what we have to do, right? And when you're quoting Handmaid's Tale, and when you're talking about Octavia Butler being right, and we're talking about you shall not pass, how do we keep people who are not reading and not watching this brilliant material, right? How do we get them to understand, we already have the blueprints. Blerds have the blueprint.
Thank you for saying, thank you for being a teacher. Being an educator is so important. So congratulations to you. I would say, our kid, my husband and I, Jason, my husband is here, and You know, we've always talked to our kids like they were like adults. You know what I mean? The reason they probably talked early is we would be like, oh, you're so cute. You need to get a job. When are you going to work? When are you going to get a job? But they learned to talk early because we just talk to them. You know what I mean? We're just very open. We just talk to them. And so they've always heard us talking about politics. So they're very aware because they're around us. And we have a little family group chat, and it's got, you know, silly stuff in there, fun stuff we put in there. But it also has the politics in there. We talk to them about politics. And I think that's the thing is, even somebody too young to vote can still learn about the stakes because they're going to pay the price. If things go, I mean, look, The Handmaid's Tale is the most accurate history of the future that I've ever seen in my life. It is an accurate history of the future because there are people who think of that as goals.
Not Parable of the Sower.
Listen, they structured this Project 2025. It's 900 some odd pages that essentially is a blueprint to create The Handmaid's Tale because there are a group of conservative Christians who believe that they have the God-given right to remake our society into their version of Christianity. Now, I grew up in the church. That's not my version of Christianity, so they have no right to impose that on me. And so the reality is, I think, just keep communicating with people who are young, whether they're voting age or not. And the other important thing is, as people turn 18, they must register to vote. It is your superpower as an individual. Not everyone has a big platform. Everybody has a TikTok, but not everybody has, you know, 1 million followers. But even if you have 20, that's your you're their influencer. If you have 100, you're those people's influencer. So use the platform and influence that you have at whatever level it is to constantly educate people, but it helps for people to take the medicine if sometimes you give them a little sugar. You don't always have to be talking politics. You can also be talking about Game of Thrones in the show. We spend as much time nerding out and blurting out about like comics and like whether DC's better than Marvel. Like we will do both. And so I always try to even do that in my shows. I'm like, I'm going to give you a little fun, but I'm also going to give you the facts. And so give people a little bit of both.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, thanks for joining us, Ms. Reed.
Thank you.
Mr. Johnson, as a media professional in an era of disinformation, I was just wondering, like, what are a few things you do to kind of like not get caught by clickbait, not get caught by like a viral sensation, and how do you kind of encourage folks to improve their media literacy, kind of engage with information in a more critical way?
That is such a great point. I just had a pretty viral post, a TikTok post, because remember this video of Joe Biden on a rope line? Right, yeah. And it went viral that somebody clipped a little piece of it to make it look like he skipped this young black girl. And she makes this sort of sad face when he passes by her, and then he hugs 2 white people that are next to her, and then they stop the video there. And when I saw it, I said, that doesn't sound right. No. I've been in black churches with Joe Biden. I've been at NABJ, National Association of Black Journalists Convention with Joe Biden. I halfway think Joe Biden think he's in the community sometimes. He acts like it's his home church. He's in a black church, and he's like, yeah, Deacon so-and-so, how you doing over there? I've been knowing you forever. Like, Joe Biden is like, you know what I mean? You can say a lot of things about Joe Biden. Again, I'm not the big super Biden fan. There's a lot of things about him, but he definitely is not racist, okay? Like, but that's what they were trying to do, and there were even black people sharing that. So I think what you do is when you see a clip like that, if it doesn't meet with the logical conclusion of what you think, do a little more research. Luckily, another user on, Devil Twitter, X Twitter, had a longer version of the video. And the longer version shows that Biden passes the young lady. And look, we've both been on rope lines. Yeah. Everyone's pulling you. And you're just listening to everybody, and you're trying to give everybody the same attention. But it's really hard. Rope lines can be really difficult. He then doubles back and gives the lady a hug. So he did hug the black lady. It's just they cut it off, and they probably could have had access to that video too. So I would say, number one, when you see something, question if it makes sense. See, is it logical, right? And if it isn't, then you need to correct it if you can. And so I did a video post that went pretty viral that tried to correct it. So I think just for your media literacy, your common sense is your best defense. If it doesn't seem right, question it.
And the other thing I want to add, and I say this as faculty, I teach journalism at Morgan State University, Baltimore, Morgan State, anybody's Morgan and alumni out here. The other thing to remember is where you're getting it from. Because a lot of times, things just spread, right? Now, if it's your uncle or your cousin who's always like, yo, I just found this out because Joe Biden actually did, don't trust him, right? Don't trust her. They're not telling you the truth. And there's a lot of outlets that are ostensibly black outlets that don't really serve our community, right? They would just promote whatever it is they happen to see out there. I'm not trying to shade anyone, but not all those outlets can be trusted. So if it's not coming from an actual news source, something that has an editor at the top, right? Not a social media editor, but an actual editor, then you can question. And especially when it comes to videos, and especially with the AI clips and stuff like that we're seeing right now, you always want to see if it doesn't come from a reputable news source, if it doesn't come from a reputable journalist that you know, then you should always look at it with a certain degree of skepticism.
Perfect. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank y'all so much for being on this panel. So excited to talk about politics, even in the blurred space. Born in Georgia and raised, current Wisconsinian, so I'm voting. But my question is around, like, when you tell or talk about politics through the lens of sci-fi and fantasy, a lot of it's the big stuff, the stuff coming out from white creators. What can we do to really push the narrative from Black creators, especially Afrofuturism? Because I feel like they sometimes tell the stories a lot better. Like, I love Handmaid's Tale, but Black folk are on a whole other continent this time. Like, she kind of excludes us. But there's other writers, there's other people who are not as big, who don't get the TV shows, who don't get the HBO remakes, who I think you can also pull from and talk about. And so what can we do, and what can you do to help us, like, really push those authors who are trying to get their stuff out there?
Well, I can tell you that my repost, if you follow me on Instagram, I really deliberately look for Black content creators to repost. And so I think it's just a matter of us supporting each other. If you see a content, I just posted a young lady, and I'm not gonna know her name off the top of my head, but it's on my Instagram. It was like the best explanation. She's a Yale Law School grad, young Black woman, and she did the best explanation of Project 2025 that I've heard. So I was like, I'm posting that. And so I think it's also about supporting each other and making sure that we're amplifying the voices. And if you have like a bigger platform, try to amplify the voices inside of the community. It's something that we even dealt with. It's one of the ways that I met Jason is, I challenged my booking producer, who actually used to be Melissa Harris Perry's booking producer. I inherited some of her team. And our challenge to Kumbo, to my wonderful booker, and she's not Black, she's just very good she's an excellent booker. And I was like, if we want to talk about the economy, is there a Black economist? Is there a brown economist? Is there an Asian American, AAPI? Is there somebody that's not just a white dude? If we want to talk, and not always about Black issues only, about anything, and so there was always this dearth of political commentators who are Black. This has been a thing in the industry for a really long time. And I became one of the few Black women who ever got booked to talk politics. And I was like, find me that are Black, that are, in the community. And Jason was one of the people that I found. And I was like, once I had him, I latched on. Tiffany Cross was another one I found through one of my producers. Then I'm like, find me those people. And then also don't just find them, book them and encourage other shows to book them. Get them to fill in, get them to be your fill-in, get them to have opportunities so that they can grow the way other communities help their community, their stars to grow.
And another part of this, it doesn't matter whether it's journalism or education or sci-fi or anything else like that. The way you start is always this sort of generic phrase, you start at home, right? The way you start is here. The way you start is in the merch room. And if you see a Black artist, buy her stuff, okay? Buy her t-shirts. Yes, your children at home may be like, all right, I like Jon Stewart, I like Spider-Man. Bring them an Insana comic book. Bring them Insana to wear. Find those indie Black comic writers and artists who are out there. On first night of BlerDCon at the Alamo Draft House, we showed the film Vigilante, which is this great film. You can see it on the website. It's about Black superheroes and what happens when we have to defend our own communities because the white heroes didn't want to protect us, right? Like, there's things out there that we can support and promote. And here's the thing, whether we believe it or not, the larger corporations are always looking at our social media. Yeah. They try and tell us that they don't, but they do. So when we make it viral, that's how it gets made. So that's how we really support each other.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And y'all sign up for Spill. People need to sign up for Spill. Don't be letting X Twitter roll by itself. If y'all not on Spill yet, it's dope. Y'all should get on it. It's actually a really good app made and founded by Black folks. Go ahead.
Hello, first name Jarice, last name Smiley. I wrote my question down, but all right. Okay, so I'm an author. I published a book about a teenage Black girl from California who becomes a superhero called Torian. When it comes to superheroes, I feel as if there is a lack of representation for Black women in the superhero space. Batman, Superman get way more attention than Monica Rambeau and Misty Knight. Connecting it to the political sphere, black women have to fight for political respect/representation. Kamala Harris was called a DEI hire by some news website, which we all know what DEI means. That's dog whistle for that word that rhymes with bigger and begins with the letter N, which I'm not going to say, but y'all know what I'm talking about. Anyway, what can be done to improve representation/respect in both superhero spaces and political spaces for black women in particular? Not just black people, just women in particular.
Thank you for that question. And actually, I'm going to read, the only thing I'll disagree with you, DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, do not let them turn it into a slur. We embrace DEI. DEI is what will make corporations survive. Don't get it twisted. DEI was not created for black people. It was created for white corporations to be able to sell, because the generation 15 years age and younger are already majority non-white. Let me say that again. If you are 15 years old or younger, your generation, your peers are already majority non-white. The non-white future of America is already born and is already in middle and high school. They're already here. They did not make that black mermaid as a favor to black people. They made that black mermaid to sell more mermaid dollies because more of the kids buying dollies are black, period. And most DEI operatives inside of corporations aren't even black. They're white women. Just like affirmative action was much more beneficial to white women than ever it was to black people. Yeah. These are not favors being done for us. This is us doing them a favor by teaching them how to sell to us so they can make the money. All they care about is money. It's capitalism. So DEI, if you take it away, you're just gonna sell less dollies. So y'all, good luck with that. If you don't wanna do diversity, you will not sell white dollies to today's black kids because they were not raised by boomers. They were not raised even by Gen X. They were raised by millennials. And millennials are woke. And woke is also a positive word that we believe in. So woke kids ain't buying a white dolly if they're not white. Sorry, even the white kids are buying the black dolly. So now I just wanna correct that. But I agree with you on everything else. We do need to amplify more of these voices, but I think what Dr. Jason said is exactly right. If you see a comic that is a black woman, if that's popular, that's what will get made. Taking us back to Watchmen. That was something that I couldn't even see being made 10 years ago. No. But the fact that Regina King was able to get that done, a majority black cast about a black female superhero, that's huge. And the way that you get more of that is to watch that, is to support that. If it's in the movie theaters, go and pay the ticket. If it's on, Apple TV or whatever, download it. The more that we watch it, the reason the Bridgerton franchise is making Shonda Rhimes so much money is everybody watches it. So if you support black women, you'll give more black women opportunity.
Thank you. Next person.
And you're up.
What's the name of your book?
Torian.
Torian. Okay, so we should
like Metroid.
Check out his book. Check out his book, y'all.
Yeah, you just leave it there.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Blessing. I actually met you before the pandemic with my mom when you were at Politics and Pros in DC.
Yeah, your name is so familiar. Yes. How are you, Blessing? Good to see you.
I'm doing well. I just graduated, and I wanted to know.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I wanted to know, as an African American, Gen Z, what's the best way on social media that we can interact and get more involved in the sphere of politics and also into of course the blurred space?
Yeah. I think just do it. I always say to people, if you want to be a writer, then write. And now there are so many opportunities for you to do that. And the social media space, it's free to sign up. And then you just start doing it. And then the way to sort of start to grow it is follow other people so that they can follow you back. Follow the kind of people that you want your algorithm to duplicate inside, you want it to continue to give you more of. And then also just start posting, just start talking about it, and make sure you're using your hashtags. It's something called SEO. SEO means the way that you use hashtags in order to get more attention for your project. So if you just write something and you don't have any hashtags, it's not going to proliferate as much. So learn how to use hashtags properly in order to make sure that if somebody is looking for BlerDCon or they're looking for blurds, you have that hashtag in there so that they'll see you, so that you'll be visible in the universe that you're posting in. So I would just say aggressively post, get in the habit of posting every day. Actually, if the volume of the content you put up actually helps to grow your social media. If you post once a week or so, you probably won't grow it. So try to get in the habit of post something every day. Just get in that habit and then hashtag it appropriately.
And one of the things you're also going to discover is because the battles, and this is one of the clips, you know, Joy has a whole segment. We talked about the sort of cottage industry of racists attacking, you know, black people in Star Wars and different places like that. There's a lot of overlap between politics and activism and blurred spaces, right? So if you put that out there, you're gonna see that a lot of the people who write the books and act in the movies and things like that you like will promote you. They'll appreciate you. I will tell you, I screenshotted it and I saved it. One of the proudest moments of my career, and this happened during the 2020 election, I got retweeted and I got a DM from Mark Hamill. Okay, like right, like I literally like almost cried. I was like, and he's like, I really appreciate what you do on the air, blah blah blah. And I was like, and I told you that. Like I was like, she's like, oh, Mark's great. But the point is, I had no idea Mark Hamill was that politically involved. I was tweeting about blurred stuff and tweeting about the election, and he paid attention to it. So you will find that there's enough crossover out there if you make your voice prolific and if you share the kinds of things that are inspiring you in your activism in the blurred space.
Yeah, I'll give you an example. Our middle son, Jamar, is an actor, and he's in LA right now. But during the pandemic, he used to be an usher at Hamilton. And that was his job, right? And of course, when Hamilton and all of Broadway went dark, he and his fellow ushers, they got together and they did something called Ushers Sing Hamilton. And he actually got Lin-Manuel Miranda to agree to let them post it. And they posted it, and it was literally all the ushers singing the parts of Hamilton all they did was post it on their Instagram, on his Instagram, and on a couple of the other ushers' Instagrams. And that thing like went viral. Like, you know, and these were just some regular guys, but this was their dream is acting, and they were able to achieve that dream, and they were actually to get Lin-Manuel Miranda's attention in doing it. So you just never know who's going to pay attention to what you're doing.
So we have a couple more minutes. We want to try and rush through the questions. Try to make them as succinct as possible because we want to try and get to the end of this line before we got to get out of the room.
Tell us who your character is.
My name is Rono Zoro from One Piece.
Okay.
And my real name is Yak. So I'll keep this as quick as possible. And just to preface, my question is somewhat critical. So Joy, and thank you for your time. You mentioned earlier that black folks are the sort of superheroes in terms of the voting process. And in effect, we were actually the superheroes in many respects in 2020. You know, we delivered the White House for George Biden. We delivered both houses of Congress for the Democrats. And Joe Biden even went on record to say, black people, I have your back, right? So my question is, right, since taking office, we have seen a pattern from the Biden administration where certain the black community, specifically the foundational black American community, made specific demands of the Democratic Party: cash reparations, an end to qualified immunity for the police, prosecution for certain hate crimes, etc. And fast forward 4 years later, we're not necessarily seeing any of that action. In fact,
hold on. Get to your question.
No. In fact, we've seen things. We've seen action for numerous communities, such as the Asian hate crimes bill. So my question is, as the so-called superheroes, right, of the voting process, isn't there a time where we should ask ourselves as the superheroes, what's in it for us directly, right? Because we're not seeing collectively, and I speak as a millennial, I'm not necessarily seeing any action specifically for the black community. I'm seeing action for every other community except for us.
Yes.
Thank you.
So, thank you for the question. And here's how I'm going to answer it. I think one of the challenges, and I say this specifically for millennials and Gen Z, get to know really deeply civics. Because, and this is why I'm saying this, because a lot of the time, we don't necessarily know who to be mad at. When we're not receiving the things that we voted for, we're not really sure who to blame. And it's like, I'm not anymore. I grew up being a fanatical football fan. And in football, everybody blames the quarterback, and everybody they give the quarterback too much credit and too much blame. When they win, the quarterback gets all the credit. When they lose, the quarterback gets all the blame, right? The president is like the quarterback, but it's like a football game. There's an entire team on the field that's responsible for delivering the promises that presidents make. There are certain things that presidents can do on their own without the assistance of Congress. Joe Biden promised he would do certain things that only he can do. He said that he would name a black woman vice president. Check. He said that he would name a black woman to the Supreme Court. Check. Those are things that he alone can do. He attempted to do another thing that he promised during the election, which was that he was going to relieve student loan debt. He attempted to do that through executive action, which again, only the president could do. He got sued by multiple Republican attorneys generals across the country. It went to the right-wing majority Supreme Court. They overturned it, and he had to start over. So he went back to the drawing board and went back through the executive process, again, that doesn't have to go through Congress, used another way to do it, and now 30 million Americans are having their student loans released. We're talking about $30,000 to like $200,000. That was a promise he made, including to the black community, because we are disproportionately impacted by student loan debt. Check. I can tell you that the criminal justice bill that was promised during the campaign was written. It was sent through the House. It passed. At the time, you had two members of the Senate who were ostensibly Democrats, Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema, who refused to allow that bill to get out of the Senate. It was blocked because criminal justice reform cannot be done through executive action because the police do not report to the President of the United States. They are funded through federal programs, but those fundings come through Congress. So if you cannot get criminal justice reform without Congress passing a bill for the president to sign. So that is not something that was in the control of Joe Biden. So that's just real talk. The second thing that you said, reparations. If any president could actually just make reparations happen without Congress, then any president who promised it would absolutely have to do it, right? That is not something that a president can do without Congress because all funds that are spent by the federal government can only be appropriated by the House of Representatives. I'm gonna say that again. All funds that are spent by the United States can only, in the Constitution, be authorized by the House, not even the Senate, just the House. Who controls the House right now? No. But even when the Democrats controlled the Senate, right, by the same 2 votes, Manchin and Sinema, do you think that a reparations bill would have gotten filibustered? I promise you it would have. Yeah. Would it have gotten, how many votes do you need to block a filibuster? 60. Did Democrats have 60 votes? No. When's the last time Democrats had 60 votes? The last time Democrats had 60 votes, you got Obamacare. That was President Obama's big promise. Again, it can only be done by Congress. The president can sign it, but civics is what you need to understand. What is the process? If you want a president to be able to do anything they want and to get away with it other than the Supreme Court saying the president is a king, but if it involves spending money, they must not just have control of the House. They must have 60 votes in the Senate. So those things you're talking about, the things you named, are appropriations issues. They involve spending money. So if you want those things to happen, the answer is not to withhold your vote. The answer is to vote so much in all these states that you have not just the House, but 60 votes in the Senate. I'm just telling you how things work. You don't have to believe me, but that is how things work.
All right, next question.
That is called civics.
No.
That's just
we
real.
Gotta go to the next person. Okay.
That's just real talk.
Okay, we have time for 3 more. So 1, 2, 3, and let's go.
Hi.
Hello.
How you doing, Miss Reed?
I'm good.
This question's just going to switch it up a little bit. I know doing activism work is extremely tiring. My question for you is, how do you keep joy in your life while working through and facing all these different challenges?
Well, I'll tell you, I'm still basically just a taller version of the same kid that I was. So I basically watch TV. Like, my therapy is like, I will find like the greatest Netflix shows. I love sci-fi. You know, I love sci-fi. Anything with a zombie in it, I'm there for it. I watch a lot of sci-fi, you know, and I get friends to like recommend me, you know, stuff to watch. I have multiple group chats. My group chats keep me saying you just go on and talk to your friends on the group chat. My family keeps me saying the family group chat. The kids, my husband, like we all, the people around me, I keep positive people around me. My dog, you know, Nala, keeps me, you know, I'll go outside and sit in nature. Like I literally refuse, the bottom line is I refuse to let right-wingers steal my joy. They will not steal my joy. Joy's in my name. My name's Joyanne. You know, I'm Caribbean, but joy's in my name, and I will not let them steal my joy. You know what I mean? I get down like everybody else. I have my moments where I'm extremely down, and I'm extremely frustrated, and I'm extremely sad and extremely angry. But if anything is going to make me angry, it's situations, not them. I will never let anything they say about me or to me bring me down. They do not control how I feel about me and about this world. They don't control that. I control that. And so I think what you have to do is just find ways to get your me time. You know, having my little me time with my little champagne and watching Netflix is something that gives me joy. So I just do that. Thank you.
Next one.
Hi.
Wait, what's your character? I didn't even ask you. Oh, you're Wednesday. Oh my gosh, I love that. That's awesome.
Hi, I'm Tim from Alexandria, and my mom would be really jealous. She's a huge fan. I am as
That's
well.
my base. The moms are my base.
I'm on the autistic spectrum, and my question is, how can I, as someone on the spectrum, be more involved in politics?
You just did it. Speak up. Be yourself. Be you. And be you out loud on every platform that you're on. You just did it, my brother. You just did it.
Thank you, man.
Good afternoon.
All right, last one.
Quick question. If the Democrats ever get control of the 3 branches of government again, do you think it's possible for them to finally make the Civil Rights Act permanent and finally give D.C. statehood?
Ooh.
Amen. Listen, that's what you should demand of them. And again, the secret is to vote. I mean, it's not the sexiest answer in the world, but it's just the truth. The way things actually happen at the federal level is they happen through the House, the Senate, and the president signs bills. That's what the president does. They sign bills. They don't make bills. And so the reality is the Civil Rights Act, there was something called H.R. 1 that was a broad civil rights bill that Nancy Pelosi pushed through the House. And again, it got vetoed in the Senate and it couldn't pass. It would have made the Civil Rights Act, it would have strengthened the Civil Rights Act, it would have included the John Lewis Voting Rights Act provisions, it would have ended things like voter ID. It was a brilliant, a wonderful bill. It never made it out of the Senate because there were Democrats in name only who stood in the way. So what I would say is the way that it took 100 years to get Obamacare, okay? The Social Security Act in the 1930s was supposed to include universal health care. But the American Medical Association, the doctors, stood up against it and fought it until it died. FDR was one of the greatest presidents in terms of being able to push through progressive legislation. He couldn't get it done. Lyndon Johnson, the king of the United States Senate, could not get universal health care done. He managed to get Medicare and Medicaid, which are extensions. They're in the Social Security Act. Y'all know, right? Medicare and Medicaid are just the Social Security Act extensions. Obamacare is also an extension of the Social Security Act because Obamacare is Medicaid. It's expanded Medicaid. So we keep on adding and adding and adding, and it takes time. It takes time. And we need to have the patience of the other side. The other side worked for 60 years to overturn Roe v. Wade. And they never got tired. They never stopped voting. They never withheld their votes. They voted more, and incrementally they knew they would claw back this country little by little. They haven't had victories that were immediate. They've also taken time. And we on this side got lazy and we got comfortable. We got comfortable that we are free and we don't have to do anything else. And as black people particularly, never get comfortable. Not in America, because they will never stop fighting you. Understand, the other side never stopped fighting you. From Brown versus the Board of Education, Brown versus the Board of Education was attempting to enforce the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments that they just refused to enforce. It didn't take until 1964 to really enforce the 14th Amendment. That's like 100 years. They never are going to stop fighting you. So to get those things, what you need to do is you need to focus. Wherever you live, you need to vote out whatever person got an R after their name. And it's not about Republicans and Democrats. I'm not being partisan. That party is broken. And it's been taken over by supervillains. Okay? That party's been their brains have been eaten up by fascism. And so right now, the mission is yes. Get 60 Democrats in that Senate, get the House and Hakeem Jeffries as your speaker, okay? And vote with demands. Have a list. I want you to pass, name your list, and give them 2 years to do it. If you, my congressman, don't do it, you're out. They come up for election every 2 years, you get to vote them out. They have to start running, they come up. So you just give them to say, I'm going to give you 2 years, and I'm going to start either running against you or campaigning against you. I'm not going to vote for you. You just hold them to account. The thing they fear is not getting voted back in and not getting donations. So that's how politicians operate. But also, last thing I'm going to say is, don't put it all on the president and the Congress. Your state controls your life. Your state rep, state senate, school board, you know what I'm saying, prosecutors, you get to vote for all of these people. You must vote. And that's all I will say is your superpower is in your hands. It is your registration to vote. That's your superpower. And if you don't use it, you're like Superman without refusing to put on the cape. Don't be that. You don't be Batman refusing to get in the Batmobile. The Batmobile is right there. Just get in it. Okay, that is your power in this country. You have one power and one job. You must vote. And don't let the New York Times tell you it's not worth it or that it won't make a difference, because it makes all the difference. And trust me, your worst enemy, the biggest villain, supervillain in your life is going to vote. So you better vote too.
Thank you guys so much for coming out tonight. Remember, you can see Joy Reid every single night, Monday through Friday on MSNBC. You can catch me occasionally on MSNBC or my podcast, A Word on Slate. Download and subscribe. Thank you guys so very much. We're going to be up here for a quick bit, and then we have to rush out to the next room. Have a great BlerDCon. We'll see you around.
Bye. Thank you, guys.
Close your eyes. Your eyes can deceive you. We must not trust them. Tell me what comes into your mind.
Life. Balance. I see fire.
My name is Tafara Young. I'm a content creator, writer, budding voice actor, skit maker, and if you're currently at BlerDCon, one of the many men behind the camera. But I am also, more importantly, a member of the BlerdStation press corps. We wanted to take a brief pause from this broadcast and take time to express our sincere thanks and gratitude to each and every one of our sponsors who put in on this production, all of whom you'll be seeing different products from throughout the course of this weekend. We also wanted to send a special thank you to each and every person who donated to us during the crowdfunding portion of our endeavor. Every donated dollar was greatly appreciated and put towards this production. We're happy to be back once again contributing to the culture of the con itself, and happy to say that that is brought to you in part by contributions from viewers like you. So again, we wanted to express gratitude to everyone who donated, to everyone who decided to sponsor us, and a special thank you goes out to all of you watching at home. We appreciate you all so much for watching, and please, stay tuned. We have a lot more coming from this live stream very soon.
That puts the epicenter of the 7.1 earthquake right in the heart of the San Francisco Bay.
This just into News Australia.
L'aviation ne parvient pas. We've also been getting strange reports of something moving under the Golden Gate Bridge.
I mean, it must be 300 feet tall.
Cars are tumbling off the bridge.
Brought the giant beast down. I can only pray that this is the end of it.
You think you're ready for deployment?
As ready as I'm gonna be.
Just make sure you come back home.
Absolutely. I'm gonna get you home.
We good? All right, cool. Introducing Mr. Phil Lamar.
Why y'all cheering for me when he looked like that?
I mean, I'm not trying to upstage you or anything, you know. Come on. So how you doing today, sir?
Good, how you?
Doing good, you know. How's your BlerDCon experience?
I'm surprised you don't smell.
Nah. I can't.
You know, cosplaying in this heat, that is a challenge.
I mean, I should be a spokesperson for Right Guard at this point. I mean, you know. I guess my very first question, just off rip, just run with me on this. So did they grab you from craft service table for your little appearance in Spider-Man 2? Cameo on the train and stuff? Because that was like the most random moment of you just being in a movie like, is that Phil Lamar? Okay, So how did that happen? Because that was just kind of like, all right.
Grab you from the craft service table.
I don't know. That's my head. That is my head.
When I was
canon.
serving fruit?
Nah. You were getting food.
No.
Maybe.
Ain't nobody ever eat what I made.
No, but how did that happen?
No. I had auditioned for the movie.
Oh, really? Okay.
There's a scene. There's a dude in the elevator with Peter Parker in his costume. It's like, hey, nice costume. And Hal Sparks got that part. But then later, my agent got a call and they said, hey, would Phil be interested in being in this other scene? And we said, what can we see the scene? Can you send us the scene? It's like, no. We can't tell you nothing and we can't show you nothing. So I was like, well, agent, ask him, make sure that I'm actually going to be on set directed by Sam Raimi, not just like in the background or something. It's like, no, you can be with Sam Raimi. Like, oh, okay. And I'm like, well, I'm a big comic book nerd, so I'll be in a Spider-Man movie any way I can. Whether I got a line or not. And got there and wound up realizing, well, Sam explained it. You know, he said, yeah, I've got this big action train scene. We got like 50, background extras. But I feel like this fight between Spider-Man and Dr. Ock is got a lot of emotion. It's really important about the movie. So he said, I hired 8 actors to spread out among the extras so I can have people to, cut to for either lines or just, emotional expressions and responses to things. Like, oh, wow, I ain't never heard of that. And so, yeah, we looked like extras, but we were there as actors.
Oh, cool. Shout out to you with the UPS shirt on. Former worker years ago, many years ago. So I appreciate it. You, UPS guy, everything. Man.
Well, actually, it's funny. Yeah, I'm wearing this UPS shirt, which is the original costume when I had created the character on stage. But then, once we moved it onto TV, Fox said, no, you can't use the actual name of that company. We'll make it into UBS. All right, we don't want to give nobody a free commercial.
Nah, we definitely don't. A while back, I talked to Kari Payton. I was remarking to him about like Kari Payton, and we were talking about like how on Young Justice, he played 2 characters that were talking to each other. So for you, is that still a surreal thing to do? Because I know you were Virgil and Green Lantern, and they both had interactions at some point in the shows. Like how did you go about that whole process of just being able to talk and still keep that same tempo of those individual characters?
Well, I mean, at first it seemed like a tough, gig, because back in the old days, we used to record all of our cartoon scenes in groups. So you were doing a scene with all the other actors. And when you on stage, you ain't never playing Hamlet and his daddy. So having to talk to yourself seemed, although I wasn't as scared by it, because by the time we did Static, I had already been doing Futurama. And I had been in the room watching Billy West be 3 people talking to each other. And I was like, oh, damn. This feels like doing a pickup basketball game with Michael Jordan. It sets your bar this high. Like, am I ever going to be able to do that? But then when they, it's like, okay, there's this episode where Static meets Jon Stewart. I'm like, oh, okay. I'll go high
and low.
Seamless. For you, like, do you enjoy doing more like live action roles in comparison to animation, or is it just all kind of equal in your eyes?
Well, it's not about the medium, or working on mic versus on camera. What it's about is the quality of the people you work for and with. Like working with Gendy Tartakovsky on Samurai Jack. I mean, that is closer to working with Quentin Tarantino in Pulp Fiction than it is doing some crappy little PBS cartoon. You know, because that's the thing, you know. I have been lucky to work with a big handful of amazing creators, artists, you know. I mean, just getting in your career once to be able to work with Matt Groening or Bruce Timm or Gendy Tartakovsky or Dave Filoni or Seth MacFarlane. I mean, any one of those would make you feel like, woo, I made it. But to be able to have more than that, more than one, that is a blessing. And it's the reason I'm here, because those people create amazing shows that touch us all, and we remember them from decades later, you know? I mean, like, to me, Static Shock, like, did to Saturday morning cartoons what Stan Lee's Marvel did to comic books in the 60s. It brought a realistic type of feel to this fantasy world that our parents would all blank at us when they saw us looking into.
You know, you mentioned Quentin Tarantino, Pulp Fiction, that whole, I mean, obviously with you interacting with Samuel Jackson, like, how was that experience like, especially with your character, his character, and just the dynamics of everything that was going on?
Well, I mean, being on set with Sam was like being in a booth with Billy West. It's, again, it sets a bar so high, because here was this nice dude who 5 minutes ago was standing out off set, and he was talking about daughter or golf. Was just a nice little guy. But then, when we walk on set, that guy Sam I was just talking to is gone. And when I'm looking at Jules, I'm looking in somebody else's eyes. I'm like, holy shit. He just transformed himself like that. And I'm like, I just took a master acting class. It's gonna take me years, but now I know you gotta learn to do that. You know, he didn't have to go, I am going to say my character's name over and over to transform. No, he just flipped. And all of a sudden, I was actually scared of that dude.
What was your first reaction when you kind of read the script and saw that your character just accidentally gets shot in the face? Like, was there kind of, because I mean, it's the most accidental scene ever. Like, did he really shoot? Maybe it was an accident. I don't know. Like, what was your first reaction just reading through that?
Well, that script was amazing. You know, it's incredible to be reading a script and feel like you memorizing it as you read it. But I knew, okay, this thing is so good, it should be printed in gold. And that's how a guy with only one indie film in his credits was able to get all those big stars back in the 90s for just $8 million. Because everybody read that script and went, woo, yeah. Yeah, no, I'll take a pay cut for this. But my scene, I remember thinking, oh, he's got the guys in the car doing that little, you know, chit-chat. This is like, you know, that those guys at dinner talking about Madonna and Reservoir Dogs. But Quentin did a parody of one of his chat scenes. It's like, yeah, we're just talking about, oh, you remember see that show? Yo, Cops, yeah. What? You know? Oh, man, what'd you do? You know, then all of a sudden, the chit-chat stops because somebody's bleeding.
Were you, like, the reaction to getting that last season of Samurai Jack? I know you were probably like ecstatic that you could finally finish the story. So like when you read through everything for that last season, what was the sort of feeling for you?
Well, one, I was just happy to be able to come back to playing the samurai because Cartoon Network announced the show was coming back before they ever told me.
Okay, so they never told you at all. There was no.
No, I heard about it in the news. And 6 months before that, they had done a reboot of Powerpuff Girls where they recast all the Powerpuffs. So I was like, uh-oh. But Gendy said, no. You're the samurai. And, you know, he had been, well, I mean, we knew we had to get to the completion of the mission. Because, hey, when something's in your theme song, you got to do it. You know, on Friends, they say, we'll be there for each other. They're always there for each other every episode. And our theme song said, go to get back. So we had to get back. And he did an amazing job. Even though it was 13 years later, he moved us forward. What I thought the show would have evolved into had it kept going for those 13 years. Like, wow, yeah, we're now, this noble samurai is in trauma because he has been fighting a war for 50 years and hasn't won. But we're still going to figure out a way to win.
I mean, seeing all the callbacks that last season was kind of great because seeing your characters, like all the characters that he interact with, it was great seeing that. I mean, for you, like were you able to kind of like, I know you say you're not in the same room with some of the voice actors, but was it kind of surreal seeing like those characters and those people that voiced those characters in previous seasons come back in some way, shape, or form and interact with your character?
Well, no, because, well, obviously in the voiceover world, you know, you work with a lot of the same people. So it wasn't like I hadn't seen, you know, John DiMaggio. We were still doing Futurama.
Yeah, that too.
But it was interesting to see all the new characters because then I was watching great old friends do amazing new stuff. You know, like Tom Kenny playing that villainous, you know, assassin. I was like, wow. And what Tara Strong did as Ashi. I was like, damn, girl, I've known you for 20 years, and I ain't ever seen you do this.
I mean, are we Q&A? All right, cool. Yeah, we take it to the audience. Yeah. Spice it up a little bit, you know.
We got a little time left.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah, we ain't on CP time today.
Hey.
Good afternoon. I am Demetrius Holt, and this is an impromptu situation for me to be on the microphone and on camera because I'm usually not on the camera when it comes to the BlerDCon live stream. But we had an individual here. What's your name, sir?
My name is Terrance.
Terrance?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have like a cosplay name or anything else that you identify by?
I'm just a regular cosplayer. I've been doing this since the 1970s, which it was considered the dark days of cosplay.
Well, see things. Okay, so the reason why that we're doing this impromptu interview is because Terrance came to the BlerdStation area and was like, I was trying to do like an interview just to get out there that, you know, there are cosplayers who are over 50 years old that exist, and I just want to talk about that. And as a cosplayer who started in his mid 30s and now I'm in my 40s, I get it. And with the people that I've gotten a chance to get to know over the last, like, say, 6-7 years, I just want to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to tell folks that they exist, or, you know, talk about their craft. Because there's a guy that are you familiar with Eric Moran?
Yes.
Yeah. So Eric and I are pretty good friends, and you know, I've known that he's been doing a lot of cosplay since the late 80s, if not early 90s.
Mm-hmm.
And also when you think about it realistically, wrestlers have been a part of like the whole cosplay community, whether they want to admit it or not.
Yeah,
But
that's true.
go ahead, talk to me about your cosplay and who inspired you to do it, or why did you start doing it back in the day, and how difficult it was then compared to now.
Well, as for me, I started as a kid back in the 1970s. And what my first cosplay, of course, we all know it was Halloween. That's when we dressed up in costumes and stuff like that. But afterwards, going to back then in New York City, they had what they call comic book shows. And I remember this one particular year, I dressed up as Captain America.
Okay.
And of course, back then, there was not too many black superheroes. And we're going to this comic book show dressed up as Captain America. Of course, a lot of people were criticizing, saying you can't be Captain America because he's white, you're black. But this particular one was very interesting because it made me feel bad. But there was somebody in the background who said he could be anyone he wants to be. In fact, there was a black Captain America in my comic. And I didn't know who he was. I was a kid, but I recognized the voice, and I turned around. The voice was Stan Lee. And ever since then, he always inspired me to be any character I want. And after that, everything went off. Right. I started doing different cosplays. I became Captain America. I became a Spider-Man. Even a Star Trek captain.
Cisco.
Cisco.
Or before Cisco.
Before Cisco, it was I came up with Kirk.
Okay.
Kirk was in another dimension or something.
Okay.
But ever since then, it's been, it's been easy. It's been rough for me, and I know there's a lot of cosplayers that's over 50 that've been doing it during the 70s. They know it's the dark days because we was very limited. But now, as you can see, look at it. We got cosplayers all over in different shades and forms and everything else. And when you have conventions like this, like BlerDCon, it opens up a lot of possibilities.
I've always looked at it as, well, when I first had to start thinking about it, we didn't really have superhero movies that were geared for black folks, except for Meteor Man and Blank Man, right?
Yeah.
So when I would remember how conversations between kids who were looking at movie posters, they're talking about, oh, that's me right there, or that's me right there. They were looking at posters of like New Jack City, you know what I mean? And they could clearly identify with the characters they were seeing on the screen because that's what they saw going down the street.
Yeah.
But when Black Panther came out, and you saw us in not only, well, Black Panther wasn't the first film to highlight us in a sense of like royalty. It was like Coming to America or even Boomerang, where black people were just existing, but we were not poor, we were not destitute, we were not, we were not dregs of a society.
Yeah.
We were functioning members of society that were having a good time and making money and just existing. But when it came to Black Panther, they were really focusing on the royalty and the majestic, the majesty of being black, especially being black in Africa. So seeing kids point to that poster and say, like, that's me right there. They see Koya, or saying they see T'Challa and identify with that. That's what kind of struck me. And now that I got this 5-year-old, I try my best to have every depiction of a black hero around him.
Yeah.
It's kind of backfired a little bit because now he's asking me, is that you? I'm like, no, that one's not me, but I'm that one, So it's good that we have this because I didn't have it. You didn't have it.
Nah.
And we had to create the world that we wanted to live in. And that's what we did.
And I tell you, with the story about Black Panther, I mean, I remember Wesley Snipes, who played in Blade. From what a lot of people were saying, that he was the first person that actually said something about doing a Black Panther. This was back in let's see, when did Blade come out? Back in the late 80s, early 90s? And this is when Marvel was just starting to get into trying to build that brand in the movie. And Blade was the first one that was very successful. And afterwards, it died down, but now
there is a lot of intellectual property out there that has us at the focus of the story. I'm not sure if it's gotten across to people about what we're doing at BlerdStation, but are you familiar with Crunchyroll? Are you familiar with Crunchyroll?
Yeah.
Like, we're essentially, if you were talking about a direct comparison, a black Crunchyroll. You got your black anime, you got your black speculative fiction.
Yeah.
You have your people of color at the forefront of these stories being told, where we don't have to fit our narrative so that middle America can get it.
Yeah.
That's not what we're here for. There are certain things, or certain like dialogues or even like idiosyncrasies that we would catch immediately that they wouldn't, or they wouldn't even understand, because they're not like us. And if we focus on that in a way that in not only enlightens but enhances everyone's perception of us, then we might be able to move differently as a culture, might be able to move differently as a society, and we won't be so bogged down by all of the insecurities put upon us by them.
That's true.
Them. So that's kind of the essence of what we're doing with this, and then we have it at the forefront of our minds that everyone that looks like us should be paid for the worth of their talent. I'm kind of tired of seeing Taraji Henson crying on the couch, or Viola Davis being told that she's the white, or she's the black Meryl Streep, but she don't get paid that much money.
That's true.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true.
So we're doing everything in our power at BlerdStation to remind people that not only are we amazing as a people, but our stories matter.
Yeah.
Matter to the point where we can inspire more people to create more for us.
And that's why I always tell that story about the Stan Lee as a kid, because he was the one that really inspired me to be whoever I wanted to be. And you grew up where?
Oh, PG County, Maryland.
PG County.
Yeah.
And see, I grew up in the Bronx.
Okay.
Everybody knows that, which is the home of hip hop and everything else. And there's a lot of stories there too. But our stories are not being told, they're being lost. But that's why it's up to people like you and myself. We got to continue on with our stories and pass it on to the next generation and next generation and next generation, so that our stories will never get hit, will never be forgotten.
Yeah. I mean, and the thing is, the responsibility hits you when you least expect it.
Yeah.
And you're like, well, damn, am I the elder now? Am I an elder now? And when you come across people who have no clue about the history, or they vote in a way that is counterintuitive to where they come from, because they're bombarded with nonsense social media, or headlines that aren't true, then you find yourself in a position where you're kind of jaded a bit, but you have to keep pressing forward.
Yeah.
Because if you give up, then the people who really lose out are our kids.
That's it. It's so funny because we went through so much as a culture, being around in the Bronx, being around the hip hop when it was formed. Special shout out to my boy Richie Fastbreak Williams, who's down in Florida. He was one of the pioneers of breakdancing. Shout out to him. And a lot of the old school. For the first time Friday, it was funny because one of the cosplayers came up to me and called me OG. And I said, why you call me OG? I'm not an OG. He said, yeah, you are an OG because you was around during the dark days of cosplays. And we have a lot of respect for y'all guys, because if it wasn't for y'all, we wouldn't be here. And for the first time, I felt proud of that. I was like, wow, I never really thought about it like that. You know, that's why I'm so happy when I see you and even your son, even the kids now are doing cosplay. You know, and it warms our heart saying that we laid the foundation and y'all guys are carrying the tradition. And that's a good thing. And also a shout out to Hilton for making this convention. I remember years ago, he was talking about it on Facebook, you know, because he went to different conventions back in the days and there wasn't too many black people there. And it wasn't catering to us. They didn't acknowledge us. Being a nerd myself in those days, it was so bad because we was considered weird. We was weird. Even the nerd culture, even the nerd community did not acknowledge us. I mean, a lot of people didn't realize there was two different types of nerds. There was white nerd, which was the norm, and then it was black nerds, which was abnormal back then, as they considered. So kudos to everybody that kept the pace, kept the fight, and we still got to fight ahead.
Oh, there's so much more to do. There's so much more work. But listen, I want to say thank you.
Thank you, man,
for coming through. And how you doing? And sharing your story, because actually I do want to talk to now that you got me doing this. You know, you want to jump on? So come on. So, yeah, again, I want to say thank you for your time. And you know, we do have to share these stories. And like, since this is being recorded as well as being live streamed,
yes,
it will be something that people can play over and over again to show other kids.
Yeah,
you know, and to show other institutions just how important we are.
Yes, it is. It's very important. It's very important for all of us to keep our stories and pass our stories down.
Yeah,
because if we don't, we lost. We lose.
Losing the recipes.
Yes, like the old grandma's recipes on how to cook.
Right.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to change out to Mr. Three Black Geeks, or at least one of the Three Black Geeks. But listen, I want you all to understand, yes, there are three Black Geeks, but I'm an unofficial member of Three Black Geeks, because
he's being very, very, very just modest about that, because he helped us out at San Diego last year in a way that was like great.
Because they weren't there.
Yeah.
But see, the thing is, like, I go to San Diego under their banner of Three Black Geeks because I try to do BlerdStation business or Blerd and Powerful business, you know, and they allow me to come underneath their banner. So I'm extremely thankful.
Oh, no,
you know, because
this whole endeavor with BlerdStation is actually a good segue, because rounding out the stream.
Okay.
You know, this weekend has been great for BlerdStation. I'm not gonna lie. Like, could be because the internet was very stable this year. For those that listened last year, it was
a little janky.
Lot jank. Lot of media that we were trying to play in between breaks wasn't exactly there. But this year we actually went very smooth. We actually had a lot of feedback. There were people that, funny enough, were driving to BlerDCon on Friday watching this while they were driving.
Yeah?
Yeah, dead serious.
See?
So it's like, all right.
We're viable.
We're viable.
This is cool. This is something that was kind of it's always going to be a headache to manage, you know, how to deal with people and situations and communication, because everyone has different communication styles. So getting it done is always going to be a miracle in itself.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So the idea that this year was a huge progression from last year, that's all we're looking for. You know, everyone is taking baby steps because it's about building trust. This is a step-by-step situation, and we're doing it as best as we possibly can. And it just looks amazing, especially because, you know, like, look at these beautiful Black people.
I mean, there was people behind us all throughout the weekend. It was crazy.
It's just beautiful. Like, dope.
I mean, but yeah, I wanted to give a shout out to all our press folks that were on the stream this weekend. Obviously, you know, the gang from Room Full of Blerds, Neon Nor Vibes, they were there. Game Industry, Rule 19 Cosplay are one of our sponsors.
One of our big sponsors.
Big sponsors. Oh, no, we made it worth his while.
Oh, yeah?
He definitely enjoyed it. We interviewed him like about 3 times this weekend, I think, overall.
Yeah, like he came in clutch.
Came in clutch, very
came in
clutch. Dark Matter Enterprise, that's another sponsor that came through.
Okay.
Yeah, we did an interview. That worked out very well. Been showing a lot of them. Actually, we showed a lot of their sponsor material on the stream, actually. Yeah, the whole weekend, actually. So, yeah, everybody's stuff we showed on there. Pop Tech, Anime Inc. arc that rounded out Friday. Blerdography, Famous Jessie. Well, she couldn't be here. So, Big Broly, Geek by Heart, Amera Media, Webster Style Mag, All Nerd Entertainment, KD Shot That, Follow the Dot, and Little Science Guy. So yeah,
that's a good number of media that we wouldn't have a problem adding more to.
Oh yeah, trust
our roster, but we need more people to actually interact with us. You know, like it's difficult to want to look out for folks that seemingly only use you one time a year, or they only speak to you one time a year, was when we're getting ready to do this, and like they have no skin in the game. They don't help to promote anything. It's really difficult to want to help those people out when they kind of mistreat you and just take. So I'm saying this in the most tactful way that is not like me possible. If you want to be a part of this, talk to us and show us the value that you have to offer, because we don't have a problem giving you a platform, but you kind of have to help us out in justifying why you should be there as to somebody else.
You have any parting words for folks that watched the stream this weekend?
Well,
I know you were busy with your Predator.
Yeah,
stuff.
I wish I could see most of the stream, but I was, like I don't know if you can hear my son, but the only thing I want to say is I want to thank everyone who had a chance to either watch the stream or participate on the stream. If you supported the stream, thank you. Like there is it can be never undersold about how thankful I am that you all came through for us, because this entire situation, this space would not happen without your support. Hopefully next year it won't be as it won't
Well organized.
It won't be as there won't be so much miscommunication.
Yeah.
As there was this year, and hopefully we can have a fuller planning time to get things done. You know, we had a truncated timetable with things moving to March as opposed to July, and it was in the planning process for our part was a little bit shorter than it was last year as well. So again, thank you so much for your support and being able to help us put this on, because at the end of the day, BlerdStation is an entity that's made for the Black nerd. Okay, we were at you weren't there, the screening for Ianu. Right?
Oh yeah.
One of the
they showed clips of it at the cosplay contest last night.
Okay,
so I see one of the things that we talked about. I see what you mean.
Right.
Fair.
So one of the financiers of Ianu was present, and she's based. I think they're based out of like France. I'm not sure.
I think it's France. I believe it's France.
So she was saying that their endeavor was to make sure that more faces like us are seen on a global stage, right? And they thought, or they feel as if Cartoon Network is one of the best avenues to do that. Sure, they're established. Can't deny that. But they are still a platform that is not
anyways.
they're still a platform that is not specifically geared to our endeavors or our interests. You know, everything that we're doing for BlerdStation, our BlerdStation, is very indicative to what this financier said that night at the screening, which is for us, by us, so that everyone can be inspired by our presence, so they can be more than what they think that we can be. And the only reason why they think that we can be that, only that, is because of the information that they've been fed by them.
Yeah.
Right?
It's the entities.
So at the end of the day, BlerdStation is supposed to be a home for everybody who's into this and they don't want to find themselves having to code switch just to be themselves. especially when it comes to our spaces. So really look into us. Really look at Blur. Go to BlerdStation.com and look at everything. We even have the business model. We have everything right there to download on the page because we believe in transparency. You know, too many folks get screwed over by too many folks, and you know, we're trying to end that. You know, and like I said, I'll be the first one to say, I don't know, or let me find someone else who might know the answer to that, or I'll just say the most transparent thing possible, and I need you all to believe me because we can't do this without you. All right. So thank you so much, Chris from Three Black Geeks, D, Eris,
Tafari, Flo. Even Chris Beck home in Ohio was helpful during this endeavor. Oh, yes. Look, my only worry was internet. Like everything else was like, yeah, we're good. It's just internet.
I let them create their programming structure, you know, whatever they want to do, schedule, all that, because this is their production. I'm just here to be a liaison with BlerdStation so that everyone's interested in mine. And with minimal, very minimal guidance or instruction or whatever, these people got it. You know, like I said, if they can't do the production, I don't know how to go possible. You know, like they that dope. So thank you.
Oh no, trust me. I tell everybody that does press in any sort of capacity or content creators, just keep doing what you're doing. Like Follow the Dot is the best example of this. Like we had him on last year and he just went to work. I like look, that's an example of like he gave him the ball and he ran with it. Like, oh yeah, no, he is 100% like gung ho. Like, oh, Geek by Heart. That's Geek by Heart. Geek, yeah, Lainey. Yeah, Lainey. Keep forgot. Yeah. Oh yeah, she is the other sponsor. And they had a great show last night. Yeah, finished out Saturday night. It was great. Fun little watch.
It is what?
2:00, 2:05. Yeah, close out. You know, probably go check out the you know, closing ceremonies here at BlerDCon to see, you know, what the damage was from everything. I mean, Janelle was here last night. That was insanity. That's an insane. That is insanity up here. You know. Come on in, son.
So, my son made me wear this today.
There it is.
I'm kind of salty, but I'm not salty.
I mean, he's a kid. You gotta do it for the kids. I say this as I'm about to get married and like that. Yeah. Look. Oh, my whole family is like, oh my God, he's married. Like, all right. Exactly. Soon as the invitation, soon as the ring went on the finger, they're like, oh, really?
Listen, it takes time to find the right thing. It takes time.
There's certain envisions. I mean, D from our group already brings his kids to these events. He's been bringing them since they were like, his first was like 4. So you've been bringing them to conventions. Now you bring your kids to the convention. Eventually, I mean, my fiance's already like, we're going to bring our kids. And I'm like, I mean, that was a given. It was a given. So, I mean, I feel that has to be the staple to keep that going, you know. I mean, our parents didn't have that. Exactly. Ah. Oh, hold on.
Oh, right.
You're good now.
Oh,
It was just for a second. You're good.
It's just for a second. Okay, but yeah, that's where my mom took me to another universe, which was a comic book store in Virginia, and I met Stan Lee there, and I met a couple other people. I can't even think of the names right now. But that's where conventions happened, was at comic book stores
And hotels.
And hotels.
Holiday Inn hotels.
Yeah.
That's how old I am.
We're 40.
Yeah, we're 40.
And we've been doing this for years. But I do bring it up every time that we talk about this. He was going, when we graduated from Surrattsville, he was going to these conventions in high school, and he didn't tell me nothing about it.
First off, we were in different circles a little bit.
I was in all the circles. I wasn't
in all the circles.
I know. I was in all the circles.
And I was a jock-ish.
I was in all the circles, but I belonged to none of them. So I was like the perpetual floater. So if I had been around this man, I probably would have been in this a lot longer than.
Yeah, I'm Otakon and Baltimore years old.
Yeah.
That's I am.
Right, and I'm just sitting here like, this is the kind of fun you've been having without me?
Fun fact. Okay, first convention. Me and D were in a Sabaros at AwesomeCon. I think it was like AwesomeCon's third year. You see this guy walking past us as Kratos, looking like morose as a motherfucker.
Yeah.
And we were like, hey, Dimensions. He looked up like, oh God.
Yeah, because that was the first time I cosplayed, was at AwesomeCon 2017.
Yeah.
And
you were cutting. You were like,
I was still bodybuilding then, and I was nervous because I didn't know anybody that was gonna be there, so I was just gonna go. Yeah. And when I saw them, I was like, okay.
Yeah.
Nerves went away.
I can do this.
I could be a part of this. And then from there, it was just roaming
You made
around.
a huge splash that year.
Yeah.
Like, I think you were like on the AwesomeCon main page. I think off the Facebook page. I think that.
I wish I had seen it because I didn't have an Instagram.
Their Facebook page was a little jank that year because it was just like if you saw the image and then all of a sudden it just disappeared because the timeline. So
I was new to what the community, how you're supposed to operate within the cosplay community. So there's a lot of stuff there's a lot of footage and a lot of photos. I'm pretty sure I just lost.
Here we are in
to time.
2025, and we're doing this. It's crazy.
They come up.
Surreal.
All right, so we're gonna go ahead and close it out. Thank you so much for all the support again. And anything you got to say, sir?
No, good. You said it all. So, all right. We'll leave you with Tafari's sponsor. Thanks, and see y'all next year.
I was about to say something.
Oh, you're good now. It was just.
My name is Tafari Young. I am a content creator, writer, budding voice actor, skit maker, and if you're currently at BlerDCon, one of the many men behind the camera. But I am also, more importantly, a member of the BlerdStation press corps. We wanted to take a brief pause from this broadcast and take time to express our sincere thanks and gratitude to each and every one of our sponsors who put in on this production, all of whom you'll be seeing different products from throughout the course of this weekend. We also wanted to send a special thank you to each and every person who donated to us during the crowdfunding portion of our endeavor. Every donated dollar was greatly appreciated and put towards this production. We're happy to be back once again contributing to the culture of the con itself, and happy to say that is brought to you in part by contributions from viewers like you. So again, we wanted to express gratitude to everyone who donated, to everyone who decided to sponsor us, and a special thank you goes out to all of you watching at home. We appreciate you all so much for watching, and please, stay tuned. We have a lot more coming from this live stream very soon.